watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Busy day here over our next 4.5 hours of live streaming here on the Fox Local app. We appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know a little bit of what we've got going on. Coming up in a little bit, we are going to preview the State of the Union address. President Trump delivering that tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern from a joint session of Congress inside the U.S. Capitol. And so we're going to talk about that in a little bit, kind of preview what we might hear, how Democrats might respond to it, and whether there might be any Florida mentions or ties in that as well. So we're going to dive into that in just a little bit. But we begin today with the new developments in the Anna Kepner case, the Titusville teenager who was found dead last fall on board a cruise ship. We have learned from new court documents related to a separate family matter that the stepbrother of Anna Kepner is facing federal charges, including one for homicide. That's, again, according to a new court document that has been filed in Brevard County Family Court. We're going to talk all about that and what that means for this case moving forward. But first, Fox 35's Marley Capper gets us up to speed on what that document includes.
Big development in the case. Now, these allegations of charges surfaced in an emergency petition filed in family court by the stepbrother's biological father, who is trying to get custody of the suspect's younger sister. Now, according to those filings, social media reports indicate that the stepbrother is now facing formal charges. However, it's important to note that this has not been confirmed by the FBI just yet. Fox 35 obtained recent court documents in the custody case between Anna's stepmom and her ex-husband. Here are some of the things we found. According to social media from the Kepner family on February 3rd, 2026, the petitioner/father's son, TH, was charged by the United States Attorney in the Southern District of Florida for the redacted and homicide of Anna Kepner. Another line reads, "It is not in the best interest of the petitioner/father's 9-year-old minor child, BHI, to be living with her stepfather, where her brother has been accused of redacted and murdering the daughter of her stepfather, all while the petitioner/father is supporting his son, TH, in his criminal defense of those allegations as outlined above." The court documents further reveal that following the cruise, Anna's father and stepmother allegedly kicked out the stepbrother out of their home and have not seen him since. We spoke to Anna's biological mother, who did not raise her, and a retired FBI agent about the teen suspect's appearance in court.
I'm just glad that it's finally moving forward and that they're finally getting to where they can charge.
Do you think we're on the road to justice being served?
Look, this is a big day for justice. Look at how long it's been since this young girl was found dead, deceased, under a bed, under life jackets, under blankets, and it's been months.
Legal experts say if the teen is charged as an adult, then those sealed federal documents would become public. The FBI has still not released any more information.
I want to bring in Lauren Cadillac, who is an attorney from Texas and a legal analyst who joins us on our program here. Lauren, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
So first, I want to get your reaction, but first, just explain to us what this document is asking for, this emergency petition. What is the kind of the argument that we're seeing in this, first of all?
So this is actually the second time we've seen this argument, and this argument presents a lot more details than the last few. Essentially, the father of the child that is between 7 and 9 years old that remains in the Kepner home wants his child to come live with me. So they call her BH. Essentially baby Hudson, right? So the youngest between these two wants the father wants his youngest to come live with him. And so he's calling this an emergency motion and saying that all these new things have come up that, change the circumstances that mean it's urgent that the child come live with him.
And what do you make of what we learn in this document?
This is deeply troubling. This is deeply troubling. First, the father already went to court on this, and the judge already said this is not an emergency. We watched that, So this is kind of a second bite at the apple. And what it adds is really some information that I don't think any of us knew before. Every time it references to these allegations of the teenage son, there is a black redaction box before the words "and murdered." And so if you've been on this planet for, I don't know, more than 15 years, I think you can imagine what the black box says before "and murdered." And where my imagination goes is incredibly and deeply disturbing.
Yeah, and we certainly don't want to necessarily speculate on what that might say, but I am curious about why that might be blacked out, why that might be redacted from this document that we have right now.
Okay, so we're not speculating, we're using logical deduction, right? You can deduce an answer logically, and then that's not in fact speculation, right? So this whole case involves two minors, a 16-year-old who's the alleged perpetrator and a 17-year-old, oh, I'm sorry, she just turned 17, who is the victim. So the reason to redact this is because somehow this allegation is more serious or salacious than murder. And there's really only one other crime out there that we consider as a society to be that way. So it's wild to me that they didn't also redact "and murdered," although everyone knew that there was a murder investigation and pending charges. What really upset me, besides this learning of, oh, it wasn't just a murder like we thought, is that in this document, the father essentially supports an argument that his son is guilty. And every attorney knows that legal documents are admissible in courts, right? So I could file a motion in Texas, and if you have some kind of case in Florida that relates, and my motion somehow, helps you, and you want my motion, it's an official court document, so you can have my motion put in. That's not hearsay. So I am incredibly concerned with the fact that this father has no problem writing out these allegations and accusations that his son is facing. That seems very selfish to me.
We know that the FBI still has remained very tight-lipped about this. No official confirmation of anything along the way here. If now that according to this document, charges are filed, if this is something where this teenager is charged as an adult, will we then start to get a flood of information from whatever court documents may have been filed in that actual homicide investigation in case, or what happens if he's charged as an adult in this?
So certainly once a charge as an adult comes out, then anything going forward would become public, the same way it would be if the charges were against you or me. I think we can deduce this video, I believe, came from February 3rd, which is when this father claims, the charges were pressed. So, trials are not immediate or anything like that. Also, this is a federal case. So usually federal cases, while pending, the documents are not public. You typically have to have a logical conclusion and get past any appeal range or date before these are released to the public. And an example of that, and I hate to say it here, but is the Epstein files, right? Until they concluded their investigations, we couldn't see those documents. So the same will go here. This is at the federal level. I will say, in my point of view, he should absolutely be charged as an adult. I believe under Florida law, he would be. And, as an American citizen, certainly this is the type of behavior I would like the government to kind of deter others from repeating. So we shall see.
And if he is not charged as an adult in this, does that continue kind of this with this veil of secrecy in some ways as that moves forward?
Certainly, I would say even more so, because if he's charged as an adult, we can at least go back and access documents. But since if he's charged as a minor, they're going to be sealed. So we're not going to ever go see those, maybe decades later, someone can get them unsealed, but that's not going to happen in the near future.
Why would we still, if it's the case that, if these court documents that are filed, if what they are citing is accurate, that he has been charged in this, why have we still not heard from the FBI saying they have filed charges in this case?
It's the FBI. And we've had this discussion before, Garrett. When the FBI comes for you, before they charge you, they have 100% of the receipts. They have already figured out their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so unlike a local or even state police force, the FBI understands their burden, and they don't even make a move until the burden is met. So it's not this idea of, well, we think it might be this. It is, here is our entire case. We're ready to go to court, charge the guy, right? And so that is the major difference. They're very tight-lipped. This is federal. This was international waters. There's a lot of sensitivity. And then also, unfortunately, in the society we live in, there's business interests. Our current DOJ is, it seems, unable to remain a neutral party. So potentially there's some kind of business interest urging them to keep this quiet.
Well, Lauren Cadillac, attorney and legal analyst, we appreciate you joining us from Texas this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus. We always appreciate your perspective.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look in Washington, D.C. right now, the White House, where President Trump likely putting up on some finishing touches ahead of on his speech ahead of the State of the Union address tonight. Going to be delivered 9 o'clock Eastern time inside a joint session of Congress meeting in the House of Representatives inside the U.S. Capitol that you see on the right. Always a big day in American politics. And joining us live now to talk about this and preview what we can expect, we've got UCF political science lecturer John Hanley joining us live now via Zoom. And Professor Hanley, we appreciate you joining us.
Good morning, Garrett.
So, all right, it's a big day for those who enjoy politics like I do, like I know you do. It's just one of those days that I think kind of allows us to nerd out a little bit. Because everybody is watching, everyone's keeping an eye on what is going to be happening. So first of all, let's just talk about like what's the significance of this? This is one of those events that you see a lot of pomp and circumstance surrounding. Why is the State of the Union address so important?
Well, it's in the Constitution that the president shall from time to time give information on the state of the union. And so the president comes nowadays, he comes to Congress. In the past, that State of the Union, message was provided as a written document. So it's a way of connecting back to the Constitution and providing a little bit of a venue for the president to speak and to be seen and heard by the nation.
What do we expect to hear tonight from President Trump? Any major things in particular that you think we could probably count on?
Well, I think, there's going to be some discussion of the economy. There's going to be some discussion of foreign policy. We have, warships around Iran right now. What's going to happen there? What is the case for American action in the Middle East and elsewhere? In recent months, we've seen, aggressive immigration enforcement in Minneapolis and elsewhere, but a turnaround there. What's the argument for that? What's the message from the president? What about the temporary shutdown around Department of Homeland Security? And we're in a midterm year. So what is the argument for the Republican Party coming into these midterms, where the margins are close, particularly in the House of Representatives, and the president's party runs the risk of losing control of at least part of Congress?
Yeah, how does that change things? Because the last time we heard a joint address from the president, that would have been right after he took office the second time, technically not a State of the Union at that point, but an address before a joint session of Congress where he kind of laid things out. But now, like you said, we're heading into midterm elections that historically are difficult for the party in power, but we also know President Trump facing a number of kind of points of contention and criticism that might pose some vulnerabilities for Republicans in Congress. And so, how does that atmosphere and lay of the land kind of change things when it comes to the message from the president tonight?
Yeah, I think there's one future that says that the president comes in, gives a fairly positive speech, even one that's partisan, and I think a lot of people within the Republican Party would consider that to be a win. I think on the other hand, you've seen from the president in a number of his recent public speeches and so forth that he's gone longer. There's more time spent off the script and maybe some personal attacks. You've seen a president who's become more comfortable with crudeness and flirting with some taboos in the videos that he's been circulating and so forth. So there is an element of volatility to the night as well.
How might Democrats respond to what we hear? And I'm not just talking about messaging either, because we have seen some interesting outbursts and physical responses as well from those in the crowd in the past when it comes to the president delivering this address. What do you expect to see from Democrats?
Yeah, the opposition party always has a tough time responding to the State of the Union. We've seen that when Joe Biden or Barack Obama was president. We've seen it with Donald Trump. Um, you know, there's been talk about Democrats about some will not attend. That doesn't look good because you're skipping out. You're not providing the moment with the response it requires or seems to be required. Others, maybe talk about walking out if something is said that's offensive. And then you get members who might yell or speak out. That's of a somewhat different nature and goes even beyond booing.
When we talk about the economy that we do expect to hear, we know that is a huge issue on voters' minds. We see it in poll after poll here at the state level, national level. Why is that so important and expected to be such a big focus of the message tonight from President Trump? And also, I would imagine some pushback from Democrats in responding.
Well, we know from political science and just kind of from common sense that the economy really matters in people's choices about, whether to support the incumbent party, which is the Republicans, or whether to try for something different. The economy is being pulled in a number of different directions. On the one hand, the stock market is good, unemployment is low. On the other hand, there are concerns about affordability, wage growth, the potential for artificial intelligence to change the economy, and things like property taxes and utility bills, right? All these things are affecting people, and so what the president and his party need to do is to indicate to people that things are doing better, that they have reason for optimism, that they should stay with his party. If they don't do that, then the Democrats, can do can pose an alternative where they say, things are not getting better for you, things are tough, and the president and his party are not helping you.
In the past, we have talked about how Florida has played such a large role in this administration. Still a number of the folks with Florida ties still in the administration and playing prominent roles in a number of ways. Do you think there's anything, any potential mentions of Florida, any potential ties to Florida that we may hear from the president tonight?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what he says or how much he talks about Marco Rubio. There's been some speculation that his stock has risen in this administration, and Marco Rubio versus J.D. Vance as Trump's successor in 2028. Could there be something on that front? I haven't talked about that this is the 250th anniversary of the United States, and so would something like Artemis and space be something that's mentioned prominently in this speech, as well as we're looking to go to the moon and so forth in the next few years. So those could be some things that we'll be talking about or possibly talking about with Florida.
John, before I let you go, just as a political science expert, what are you going to be watching for in this speech tonight?
Well, in the last few years, what we've seen is the decorum around the speech decline, and so it's become a bit of a difficult thing to watch in some ways. And members who are always taking things a little bit farther, the members who invite as their guests people whose principal purpose it seems to be to take shots at the other side. And so this is an evening, we'll see what the speech is like. We'll also see if this is a moment where one or more members get out of hand and say or do things that they might regret later.
John Hanley, UCF political science lecturer, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you. Thanks for breaking down the State of the Union with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett.
And again, give you another live look right now at the Capitol. That speech slated for 9 o'clock. You'll be able to watch it right here on Fox Local, on Fox 35 TV as well. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, two big headlines here. I mean, obviously the cold still, and still dealing with issues from those brush fires.
Absolutely. And so it really is a story of like fire and ice, right? We had the freeze warning this morning. We've got a frost advisory tonight, but then a really high fire danger as we go to the end of the work week. So this is going to be something that we certainly are tracking very carefully. Now today, temperatures are running still about 15 degrees colder than normal. Our high will be 60 degrees today, happening right about 4 p.m. after a slow climb through the mid-50s. And that is much colder than our typical high of 76, but it'll feel a little bit warmer than yesterday. Yesterday we were only in the 50s and it was really windy. Today the wind calms down, so as long as you're standing in the sun, it should actually feel pretty decent, but it's going to cool down fast tonight. Tomorrow morning we'll wake up to temperatures in the upper 30s to around 40 in Orlando with freezing temperatures possible in Marion County, but this is mostly going to be a frost potential. So if you have anything really sensitive, cover it up for one more night. Frost advisory in effect from 2 a.m. until 8 a.m. and that's from the National Weather Service, including the Orlando metro region. Now looking ahead, you may notice on Thursday for the next 3 days, we have tomorrow's high, Thursday, Friday, we're going to warm up into the 80s, and we've got a Fox 35 Storm Team alert on Thursday. Now that's not for any kind of impending weather, but it's weather related. We've got a high fire danger for Thursday. Breezy conditions, low relative humidity, and the extenuating drought means that any human-caused fires could spread out of control very quickly, whether it's inadvertent spark being thrown from a loose chain on a trailer, somebody flicking a cigarette out the window, parking on tall grass, interacts with the catalytic converter, sparks a flame. There's 1,000 ways to cause fire, but just keep in mind that Thursday is going to be a critical day to be very careful with that. We are bookended in the Central Florida area by extreme drought in bright red. And while we're currently in a moderate drought in Orlando, it's still dry enough for stuff to burn. We saw that yesterday up at Daytona Beach with the really massive brush fires encompassing over 100 acres and threatening some homes. There are burn bans because of the acute danger of what's going on out there for most of our counties, excluding Lake and Volusia counties, but at this point it's probably just a technicality with those two. Seminole County as well is not in a burn ban currently, but probably not too far from it. That said, there's hope for rain. Yes, there is hope for rain. The only problem is that it's coming at a rather inopportune time. It looks like with the approach of a cold front that's going to stall over Florida, Saturday will be the day where we have periodic downpours. We need the rain. We could pick up a couple of inches. Remember, today's Tuesday. This could change on the timing, but this is the latest. It looks like Saturday will be the day. If you have outdoor plans like we do, it's not great. Yeah, Garrett, it's the one time that we are thinking about going to the attractions for the year with the family.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're really excited about that. But I'm
Yeah.
like trying to think about going poncho shopping, perhaps, because it could be a rainy day at the attractions.
Yeah, might have to be prepared, but maybe that'll
Yeah.
help with the crowds a little bit
I was
too.
going to
You
say,
don't know.
keep the lines down
Yeah.
and keep the temperature down as well, because the only thing worse is sweating it out in a long line when it's 90 degrees.
Right.
All
Yeah.
right, back to the forecast. Enough about me, more about you. So it's hard not to get involved in the weather when you two have skin in the game. But yeah, so the rain's going to end, it looks like, for the most part by Saturday afternoon, but not before dropping between 1 and 2 inches of rain. So this is going to be really good for our near-term water table concerns. It won't put much of a dent in the drought as a whole, but at least it'll knock down the fire danger for a bit. So again, that would be on Saturday into Sunday. But overall, everybody's asking, what's going on with this weather? Like, it has been so cold, so long. If you look at this, the season as a whole, it's actually been slightly warmer than normal. But we've had these, which is, it's very counterintuitive, right? But we've had these very dramatic cold blasts that are like memorably horrible and uncomfortable, and they kill all the plants. But overall, it's been warmer than normal. Now, looking ahead, we have finally turned the corner where even these brief cold snaps look very unlikely going into March. In other words, this may have been it. The cold weather that we've had this morning and that we'll have tomorrow morning may be about it as far as any future frost and freeze warnings go, because we're going to have a fairly mild Pacific air mass working into the region, which will at times be enhanced with upper level ridges, leading to highs routinely in the upper 70s to the mid 80s, even the low 90s as we head into March. And that's typical. Our latest freeze in the history of Orlando is March 17th, and that's very unusual. Even this morning, we did not freeze in the city of Orlando. Our chance for achieving a freeze was between 2 and 5% on this date, February 24th. So as we go into March, that chance for a freeze goes down to almost zero. So it's just how it goes. You know, Arctic weather can try and work into Florida, but at some point the sun overwhelms it, and climatology, which is the history of weather, kind of takes hold and takes precedence. So let's talk about the forecast. We go from 60 today to 72 tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be like springtime. It's going to be gorgeous after that frosty start, beautiful afternoon. Then Thursday, the Fox 35 Storm Team alert for fire danger. If fires don't break out, Thursday is going to be beautiful. High 81 degrees, partly cloudy skies and breezy, but we got to watch out. Friday, Saturday, we get into that rain chance, and then behind the rain, not much cooler. Temperatures in the upper 70s to around 80. So some really nice weather ahead, Garrett. The deep humidity is not here yet, but at some point it will get here. It's just not coming anytime soon. Good news, though, next 2 weeks look to be rainier than not, so maybe we can make a little bit of a dent in this drought and maybe reduce the fire danger locally at least.
Yeah, that would certainly be helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was shocked to hear you say that we've actually been slightly above average.
Isn't that weird?
Because it does not feel like it. When you
Yeah.
think about the temperatures of the winter, it in my mind, it has not been an above average
Right.
temperature winter.
I'm going to have to bring receipts tomorrow, where
Yeah.
I'll make a chart and show you.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you, Ron Burgundy style. But Ron, we're on in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, it's true. In this La Nina pattern, it's been really warm and really dry. And of course, we noticed the dry because of this intense drought. But overall, when we've had, say, our average high in January was 71, and we've routinely been in the mid and upper 70s, I mean, that adds up and becomes a warmer than normal setup, even with occasional cold blasts. But it doesn't sometimes matter what the average is. What matters is how low it goes and how acutely that low happens, because obviously we had these major crop issues. Garrett, the Florida Agriculture Commissioner, released a report. Our crop damage from this freeze and the series of freezes dating from late December down to early February amounts to more than $3 billion, which is more than the collective crop damage from hurricanes Ian, Milton, Debbie, and Helene. For perspective, they totaled about $2 billion cumulatively, which is still a lot. But $3 billion from a winter of cold weather in a winter that's been warmer than normal,
right?
Super counterintuitive.
Yeah, above average or not, those crop losses, the damage, the devastation from the freezes. I mean, that's going to be the main takeaway from the winter.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Meanwhile, today we are still tracking the fire that's burning in Volusia County and Daytona Beach that has forced some evacuations. We know fire crews still working to contain that fire. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz was out there a little bit ago giving us an update on where things stand as we near this midday hour here on Tuesday.
Conditions are pretty good. I mean, it is a little windy and it's very dry out here, so that's still at a risk for fires. But let me tell you, yesterday, families were having a scary day. They were told to pack up and then leave without even knowing when they would be able to come back. Thankfully, this morning, they are back in their homes, but fire crews, they're still going to spend all morning and even today just battling that fire. Take a listen to the fire chief and what he had to say when the fire was at its peak.
The nearest point before the wind shift, we had fire approaching closer to less than 500 feet from homes.
The Bennett Field fire is burning just west of the Mosaic neighborhood near LPGA Boulevard and International Tennis Drive. It's already burned more than 100 acres and it's about 50% contained. Crews have been working throughout the night on this fire. By 9 p.m. residents were allowed to return home, but before that 80 homes were evacuated. Neighbors watched as bulldozers dug lines in the dirt and helicopters dropped water from above. Some families obviously worried as they waited for the safe word.
The wind just started coming up so fast and it changed so quickly. And as soon as we started seeing the smoke really roll up towards our house, we're like, okay, this could be a serious condition. All of our belongings are in there. Our life is sitting inside that home. So, you know, hats off to the fire and police department. They've done such an incredible job for us.
And we're right outside the Mosaic neighborhood. It has been closed to anyone but residents. We've seen residents leaving, coming back in. You need to prove that you live in that area. Again, just make sure that you're staying on top of this weather. It's dry, it's windy, and that's when the fires can start and they can continue. So make sure you're brushing away that brush or anything that could start a fire.
A lot of important things to keep in mind there, and we'll keep monitoring that situation throughout the day. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where the U.S. House Committee on Homeland Security is holding a hearing right now, talking about information sharing and security collaboration ahead of major events. And one of the big focuses on this, in this hearing, is the FIFA World Cup. We know Miami is hosting a lot of games there, and so we're hearing some discussion on that. One of the witnesses is actually the chief operating officer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Miami Host Committee. So let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues live from Capitol Hill.
In the last 3 to 4 days, what kind of threat are we looking at the possibility? Is this something that you're concerned about. Mr. Cena, I'll ask you, what can the fusion centers be doing? What are they doing to mitigate that threat?
Transnational organized crime groups out there are a tremendous threat to our country. Fusion centers and the HIDAs and our risk partners have worked for a long time to fight those threats. But every day we see this increase in rhetoric, and not only that, now we see violence south of our border. They are not that far away to cause problems here. And our country is a location where they raise funds, and we are the source of their income. But we don't know how they will react to whatever threat they perceive from anyone, whether it be Mexico or the United States, and what harm they may cause. I mean, right now with fentanyl trafficking, and I think we've discussed this, privately, is that I had over and still have over 500 Hondurans that have been operating in our region at one point, all selling dope in a square mile area in San Francisco. We have fought back on that, thanks to the support of the city and county of San Francisco, the mayor's office, the district attorney, the police chief, and the sheriff, as well as the United States Attorney's Office and our DAs from around the region and sheriffs and other chiefs of police. We are going to be receiving an award for the HIDA program for our San Francisco Metro Task Force because we have pushed back on that. The city is a much cleaner place. It's a much safer place. People are not dying in the numbers and droves that they were in that city before. But we cannot turn our backs on these groups because they continue to be a major threat. And when we talk about special events, those folks are there to sell fentanyl, to sell dangerous drugs, and to sell human beings. And there's no reason they can't turn to violence while they're there, depending on what the geopolitical environment is at the time.
Well, thank you for that. Chief Maven, thank you for being here. From the local and state level, how important is it to have qualified INA personnel deployed to the fusion centers? What kind of information do you need? How do you work together? Give us a sense of what we just heard mitigating these threats.
Thank you. It's absolutely important to have them work in the fusion center. We can't just show up one day in the middle of a critical incident and start working together. So we have to have them embedded in the fusion center real time for months in advance, years in advance, to establish those relationships. They act as a critical bridge between other cities, between the IC community and local law enforcement to be able to push out intelligent products and safely secure these events. So it is critical.
Let's talk about drones. That was a previous discussion. Just looking at the rapid expansion, I know there's many drone incursions that happen on the southwest border. We saw one in El Paso recently, or I think alleged that it was a drone activity. What can we be doing? How do the fusion centers react? And what is the threat that we're worried about mitigating at the major events in the next year, Mr. Cena?
For me, it's having state and local partners, not just with the authorities, but the tools and resources to prevent the threat. Without those, we're lost. The other piece of this is that the ability for drones to carry a payload, even if it's a small payload, can cause panic. If it's a white powder dropped, well, who knows what that is? Stampede alone will injure people. Even worse if it's some type of poison that could harm people, like fentanyl. There are a lot of threats out there, but we need the resources, early detection, and that integration, like we see in Las Vegas, where we have Federal Air Marshal Service personnel in the fusion center. We need the people in the center. That's the whole purpose of a fusion center, is to bring people together. So without those federal, state, and local resources in the same place at the same time, looking for the same threats, we're going to miss things.
Thank you. My time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening today's hearing, and to our witnesses for joining us. I represent Fairfax County, a proud part of the National Capital Region, largest jurisdiction in the National Capital Region. As Mr. Nelson knows, our region is designated as a high-threat, high-density area, which permits us, and I know this has been discussed by the ranking member and others, to receive Urban Area Security Initiative grant funding, which enhances our regional preparedness, strengthens public safety, helps fund and refund terrorist response training, camera networks, emergency alert systems, and coordination tools, all of the tools that keep our National Capital Region and our nation's capital safe. But as the threat levels remain very high for our region as we prepare for major events America 250, the World Cup. The administration moved last year to slash $40 million in Homeland Security funding from our region, cutting preparedness grant funding by 90%. And I know there's been some conversations around the DHS funding situation and the shutdown at DHS right now, which we need to work together to resolve. But it's important to note that the administration has been shutting down elements of DHS throughout this term, and this grant program is one of them. State and local entities in Virginia and across our region have served as reliable partners in emergency response efforts. We send law enforcement and first responders to help recovery efforts after the tragic and deadly collision near National Airport. I was just at an event with the families of those who lost their lives in that tragic collision. Fairfax County police officers were here at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, working to repel the insurrectionists. But these drastic cuts to grants would erode Fairfax County's, and I think other jurisdictions in our region, overall emergency preparedness and response capabilities. And national special security events occur frequently in our region. It's not a rare thing. It's a weekly thing. It would also hinder our ability to conduct training and obtain new equipment that might no longer be able to be paid for by local funding and reimbursed. It's defunding the police is what it is when the administration cuts these grant programs that help to fund local law enforcement. It jeopardizes safety of Americans in our region and all across the country. And I think Virginians and all residents of our region deserve clear answers as to why the administration believes they don't need the resources to protect against terrorist threats and other incidents. I want to ask Mr. Nelson, in the past year, in your view, has the threat level to our region, the National Capital Region, increased or decreased, the overall threat level?
Increased also in regards to at the local and state level. So the federal threat has always been high here. However, we're seeing an increase in threats at the state and local level that is also increasing now, which is making it even more complex.
Okay. And can you just speak specifically how these grant cuts, the cuts to these Homeland Security grants, UASI and others, would hinder DC, Maryland, and Virginia state and local law enforcement from working collaboratively to respond to incidents? And, there's a lot of conversation nationally right now about the need for federal law enforcement and local law enforcement to cooperate and partner. How do these cuts, or would these cuts, make that cooperation more difficult?
It would make it much more difficult. Following the Paris attacks in 2015, I actually chaired the National Capital Region Complex Coordinated Attack Working Group, where we built systems, information sharing platforms, and resource management programs to address the complex threats in this region. Those programs will likely erode and be demobilized as a result of the decrease in funding.
And maybe specifically, how would it or will it hinder our ability to prepare for America 250, 4th of July celebrations, big upcoming events like that?
In addition to breaking down the products such as the CCTV program or other types of information sharing platforms, it also, there's other existing programs outside the grant program, such as the information sharing platform that was run by DHS that has also been sunsetted, that we had to pick up as a state and begin running for the nation to try to ensure that that information flow still occurs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
More questioning of some witnesses during this House Committee on Homeland Security, discussing some security when it comes to the World Cup and a number of other major global events as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and we want to go ahead and get you back to this hearing where they're talking about the security collaboration and information sharing ahead of some major events, focusing a lot on the FIFA World Cup. We know Miami hosting a number of games. In fact, one of the witnesses is the COO of the Miami host committee, who we are hearing from right now as one of the leaders of the National Fusion Center that kind of helps coordinate a number of intelligence and law enforcement agencies and that kind of thing. So let's go ahead and listen in for a few more minutes live on Capitol Hill.
Active threat at one of the World Cup events, and what are the crucial communicating tools and the potential gaps there as well?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, each of those systems I mentioned would be one of those things that an analyst would probably have to enter data into. But the real thing is people in the room talking to each other. So what we've done and built in the past, and which every location will have, is a regional collaboration, coordination, and communication centers. There will be ops centers, but I can tell you that we had about 6 operation centers just during the Super Bowl. So I can only imagine that there'll be many more based on how spread out the FIFA operations are to bring information together. But if there's a critical threat, it's going to be communication between people in the room, and then the ability to bring people in, most oftentimes in that Microsoft Teams environment, to host a call very quickly to say, this is the threat. And that's what I've done in the past in my own center. If something escalates to a point where we've got to get general information out, people are not always tied to their email. They're not always tied to even their text messages. But if you get the alert out and bring people together physically and virtually, brief them on the threat as quickly as possible. The only problem comes in if the threat is classified, and then trying to get the classification down. That's where clearances become important for, especially our state and locals. And we have had that, that effort to try to get people as many clearances as possible, to bring them into a room and tell them this is the threat. But not everyone has remote communications at a classified level. So there are urgencies that we have to get information out. And I can tell you, years ago, we had that same problem in San Francisco, and ultimately they built a room that we could hold 300 people in to get them briefed. That's a rarity. Not many cities, locations have a place that is reasonable to get to in classified space to get briefed up on urgent threats. But ultimately, it's when there's a crisis, we communicate because we work together, we train together, we have tabletop exercises, and we plan out and get to know each other before the event, before the big game day. And then we work on, these are the communication channels we will use. But we make sure that happens. And everyone in my region has my cell phone number, and I have theirs. So we can talk to each other if all else fails.
Thank you, sir. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
And that was a great answer. That's why I let you go on, because it was very important to get on the record. And I recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is about security preparedness, and what concerns me the most is that DHS has shown a consistent pattern of failing American citizens, the United States, the 50 states, the Commonwealths, and the territories in securing their reconstruction after natural disasters, after major events, and in securing their citizens and their residents from their policies. Now, this is a direct failure of leadership and policy at the DHS level. We have in place what I have to call a stupid policy that requires the DHS secretary to approve any expense over $100,000. And that is delaying the reconstruction and the projects in Puerto Rico and in many states that will prepare us to better handle major events or major natural disasters. And I've received outreach from constituents, projects like the Hector Solá Coliseum in Caguas, or projects like the backup generators from Fundación Comunitaria that give power and water to over 37,000 residents in Puerto Rico, are stalled because of this stupid policy. And I am concerned that as we speak of major events like the World Cup, like the Olympics, we are not ready to meet the demands of these events if we have not been able to meet the lesser demands of previous events. So, Mr. Nelson, it is my understanding that DHS owes Maryland nearly $1 billion in disaster-related expenses, including for costs that the federal government approved years ago. Can you describe the types of projects currently stalled because of the delays?
Yes, sir. And thanks for the question, because there has been an extreme delay. And what this also is causing is not just for these projects to be completed, similar to as they are in Puerto Rico, where we've had projects that are started, but we are uncertain if we'll be able to continue them because of the policy of the $100,000. But it's also the local time that these employees are investing into trying to manage these projects. Those are a lot of the same employees that are dedicated to special event planning and doing other emergency management activities that are now bogged down with the administrative burden of trying to manage this unpredictable nature.
And can you speak to how the timeline for disbursement has changed since this new policy was implemented?
Certainly. Well, I think it's fair to say that we don't know what the timeline is. There's consistent holds that are put for administrative review, and there's no real certainty on when the funds would be released. So we're still trying to rectify 25 and 24 funds. The future is really uncertain if we don't even know when those funds will be released. For example, we're on a deadline to accept awards by the end of 27th of February. However, those funds haven't been released, so we don't even know how can we accept them if there's an administrative hold. It gives us a very tight window by which we can do anything if we're not even notified in time to react.
So if another major disaster were to strike tomorrow in Maryland, would your state be in a weaker position because of these funding delays?
Maryland will always lean in and take care of their people first. The governor is committed to doing that. However, it has greatly changed our posture and put more stress on our local governments and on our state budget of trying to always put public safety first and ensuring that, but other critical programs will likely have to sacrifice as a result.
So by extension, other states, commonwealths, and territories would also face, due to these policies, more strains, more risks, more adversity in accessing disaster funding and prevention capabilities.
And Maryland also realizes that we're in a position where we often lend assistance to other states and territories in a time of need. We'll be less positioned to do that because of decreasing capabilities.
The U.S. House Committee on Homeland Security continuing to meet right now, discussing a World Cup security, a number of other things as well. You heard some questions from a congressman from Puerto Rico asking about funding delays and the impacts of that. So we're continuing to monitor that hearing. We'll keep an ear on that, and if anything interesting more happens with that, we will get you back there. We are also keeping an eye on a number of hearings going on in Tallahassee as state leaders discuss a number of different things today, and we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up in just a little bit. But a big day in Orlando as Waymo launches. Check those out. You may have seen them because they've been testing around town a little bit. And these are the self-driving taxis. Nobody in the driver's seat, but it is going to be a new option for a way to get around town. And I had the chance to speak with Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who got to check this out for herself yesterday. And Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte joins me now. And Stephanie, I couldn't wait to talk with you about this because it's just one of those things that it's like, I feel like it would kind of weird me out a little bit. But you said it actually wasn't that bad.
Okay, so I was one of those people that are like skeptical, like, AI robot driving me around. There's no driver. But when I went in, you really do feel comfortable. It's just like, it's a smooth ride. And then as you're going, it has like your little picture of your vehicle. And then you see that in real time. It's seeing bikers pass and pedestrians walking on the sidewalk. So I think that kind of gave me the peace of mind that it sees everything and it will react to it. I mean, it was putting on the blinker, making turns, and then you see the steering wheel turn, but there's no person there. So it was kind of weird a little bit in a way, but it was really nice.
So like, it's just kind of like walk me through it. So like you
so
from the beginning, like you get in the car, what happens?
So think of like Uber or Lyft. You go and you request a ride. It will say, okay, showing up in 3 minutes or whatever it may be. It comes up and all the doors are locked. You have to be the one to unlock it, which I like because you don't want someone else getting in it. And you can also put your initials on the top of the car so you know it's yours. So like we tested it out, and we put up SB. So I knew, hey, that's my car. It's coming up. So anyway, so then you unlock the vehicle, you get in the car, and then you hit start ride, and it will go to where you request it. Something else that I thought was kind of cool, we had gone to, just like a test, to Camping World Stadium. And if you've ever been to a game there, you know it gets busy, things happen, and there's an option to say like, hey, this isn't a good spot. So say your Waymo brings you to the spot, and you're like, okay, this isn't a good spot. You can tell it, hey, move up a little, and it will. So it does have like that kind of human element where it could do little things like that.
And how are you telling it that?
The screen.
The screen
so
right there.
So think of like an iPad. So you get in the car, and then there's like almost like this iPad. You can put on music. That's where you tell it to start the ride. When it drops you off, it says like, okay, is this a good spot to drop you off? So I liked it a lot. And there is, if something goes wrong, someone you could physically call. Like you can hit support, just in case, I guess, if anything ever were to happen. And to be honest, when we were using it, it was for like, we were testing it out for the media, and we're like taping and doing things, and someone from Waymo called the car and was like talking in the car like, hey, are you guys okay? Which to me, like, that actually made me feel good. Like, okay, so if something actually were wrong, there's someone monitoring the cars to, in that instance, say like, hey, their ride showed up like 10 minutes ago and they haven't left. Like, what's going on here? Okay, really interesting. Some things that you hadn't necessarily kind of thought of, but different things that are so where can these are launching now? Where can people ride these? Where can they take them? You can't go to the theme parks yet. Not yet. So there's 60 square miles from west of downtown southward along I-4 corridor and the turnpike. So that's what they say that they have so far. Basically, you can go in those areas downtown, things like that, but to go to the theme parks and the airport, you can't do that just yet. I mean, this is very new, right? We're just getting these cars. They only have so many of them. There's actually a wait list right now, so if you want to use it, it's probably not, I think, right away going to operate like Uber or Lyft that's like, okay, it's here. So there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, I guess, so to speak, because right now there's a wait list. So you have to be on that wait list to even be able to order one right now, because this is kind of like a soft opening, so to speak, like at a restaurant. And then hopefully they're hoping to extend it out to the airport and the theme parks, which we know those will be good spots. When I was in the car today, I was like, actually, that'd be great to have it at the airport, because I'm sure some people know. When you land at MCO or wherever you fly into, but typically MCO, sometimes you try to call an Uber and it's like, no drivers around. I'm like, how could we have no drivers right now? Like, what? And so this is kind of cool because still no drivers, but a car. That's true. No driver, but a car. But it will be great because, I mean, these cars aren't on a schedule. It's not like a regular person, so they'll just be available all the time. Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it's fascinating technology, but like you said, it's something they're kind of rolling out. We know they've been testing a little bit for a while now. Spotted some out in the wild, but you know, obviously going to be interesting to see how it goes. This is a whole nother kind of level of testing now that you're going to have people who are going to be riding it, and you'll we'll see how that works. Do you think? Going to be really interesting to see. We want to get you to Volusia County now, where we're getting an update about the fire that has been burning. This is from the fire service. Let's go ahead and see here if he's still answering questions. I know our crew just got on the scene there. We were hoping for an update on that fire. Doesn't look like we got there quite in time. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back to Volusia County, where we're getting an update from the Forestry Service about the fire that is burning in Volusia County. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Yesterday was hindering us a little bit. We had the high winds, low humidities, had a red flag warning. And today the winds have died down a little bit. Humidity's starting to come up, so the fire weather's really helping us out today. Had 2 helicopters on scene and doing a lot of bucket drops for us. This morning they were working the spot fire that was behind the house. The helicopter was dumping today for us, doing bucket drops for us today, and he's got that pretty saturated and we're feeling pretty good about it. He's staging in New Smyrna right now for us in case anything else were to break out or happen. And we have our fire crews along with Daytona Beach Fire Rescue working the fire's edge right now and doing everything we can to completely contain it and get it to 100%.
Can you talk about the line you have cut? How close is it encroach that line, the ones that are right behind the homes? Are you in good shape there?
Yes, sir. That's the main one that we're working right now. We've got all that forward progression stopped. That's the main one that the helicopter was focused on today. We have 2 of our biggest tractors out here, our heavy tractors. They're working the lines, trying to push through the swamp. Right now the swamp's giving us some trouble because it's still holding water and our equipment can't stand up in it.
And I know there was a potential for more evacuations. I'm guessing that's not a possibility anymore given the...
I don't want to ever say, never say never, but right now we're getting a lot of help with the weather and our crews are able to get out ahead of it right now. So as long as the weather keeps cooperating with us, I think we could get ahead of this and really get it knocked down.
Yeah, and we took you live, but they didn't get the first part about how big it is and how much is contained. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we're stopped at 160 acres and we're 75% contained.
I understand the fire that came close to the subdivision was a spot over from the original fire.
Yes, sir.
How big was that spot over at the end at this point?
The spot over itself, we're looking at about 45 acres, 45 to 50 acres.
Can you talk about the direction maybe it's moving? Is it going toward anything else or is it kind of just in the woods?
Right now we have it really knocked down. According to our pilot, we didn't have any activity on the fire's edge, so we were looking real good. It was interior burning. We have a northerly component for winds this morning, so it would be pushing south if it pushed anywhere. But we have our equipment out ahead of it, and the forward progression for the most part is stopped.
So the evacuation order has been lifted and everyone is back in there?
Yes, sir. I believe that was 9 p.m. last night. We were able to get the residents back into their homes.
Any idea how it started? I know in the early stages yesterday, you were talking about kind of towards some campgrounds in that area. You guys determined?
We have not. Everything's still under investigation. Our crews have mainly been focusing on the spot over that was here behind the houses and really helping these residents out in this community.
What's happening right now? You talked about pushing some of the line and having tractors and stuff. What else is happening now? What are you guys doing in there?
Right now, mainly pushing lines so that we can get our engines in there. We can work with Daytona Beach Fire Rescue, and they can get equipment and engines in there to run hoses and start mopping up the fire's edge so that we could get the fire's edge cold out.
What's the biggest challenge?
Right now, it's moved into a swamp, so for our heavy equipment, it's a problem. But prior to that, it was weather. Weather was our biggest issue with the low humidities and high winds. That was our biggest problem.
What do you expect to happen with the wind later? Right now it's kind of calm, but wind shift caused a spot over yesterday.
Yes, sir.
What is it looking like right now for you guys?
So speaking with, we had a spot weather forecast from the National Weather Service, and it looks very positive. The wind gusts were dying down and going away, and we were just going to have like a northerly component at 8 miles an hour. So. And then that moves into tonight to light and variable. So the wind conditions are becoming very favorable for us to get ahead of this and get it contained.
Okay. You haven't addressed it yet. Sorry, we just got here. What are the things that people should watch out for? What precautions should they take to make sure that they don't spark any more fires? Especially on Thursday, I understand there's going to be a statewide warning issue.
Right, it's definitely paying attention. We've had these hard frost kills come through, and we could see a lot of the grass is dead and everything. So just pay attention to cigarette butts, if you're dragging any chains with your vehicles or parking your vehicles on the grass too. That could really cause a problem in this dry grass. No, ma'am, everything's still under investigation.
We'll take 2 more questions.
All good?
Someone said it might have started by a campsite. Any idea?
No, ma'am. I have no specifics for that. I just know, talking with the guys on, it's still under investigation. All right. All right. Thank you. So, thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate you. Travis?
So that news conference wrapping up there, where we heard from the Forest Service talking about that brush fire in Daytona Beach, 75% contained. That's certainly good news and some progress made in that. I think it was 50% just a few hours ago, the latest update we had gotten before then. So 75% contained, and some positive news with the weather. They say if things continue to cooperate, they don't expect to have to do any further evacuations. We know they had to evacuate a number of homes in the Mosaic neighborhood yesterday afternoon into the evening, and then late last night allowed many of those homeowners to return to their home. Again, thankfully, not expected any further evacuations this afternoon, but we are keeping an eye on that. We got a crew out there keeping us up to date on those things. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome in to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We talked a little bit ago about the State of the Union address that's coming up tonight at 9 o'clock. President Donald Trump going to address the nation, and a joint session of Congress inside the U.S. House of Representatives chamber at the U.S. Capitol. One of Florida's members of Congress held a news conference on Capitol Hill earlier today to discuss the state of immigration in the United States. You're about to hear from Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, who is a Republican from Florida's 27th District in South Florida, the Miami area. She discussed what she called some troubling statistics. She specifically about the risk of deportation, specifically of Christians. She was joined at this news conference by pastors from across the country and called on Congress to make a number of immigration law reforms. She pushed her Dignity Act, which includes things to strengthen border security and also includes what's called a 7-year dignity program that would provide a path to a legal status for some folks who pay a fine and complete this program. It is not a path to citizenship, but a path to legal status. So here's Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, a Republican from Florida, speaking at this news conference just a little bit ago.
So good morning to all of you and to my fellow members of the media. Thank you for being here and enduring this weather, but we're going to try to make it quick. And before I start speaking, I would like to thank Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. Where is he? He's Lorenzo. Thank you. He is the one who really had this idea and organized this gathering, so I thank him very much. And with him, Dr. Charles Kuruku. Where is Charles? Right here. Kuruku, Reverend Paul Marchand. Right behind you. Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, sir. And Reverend Abraham Hernandez. Wonderful. Encantada. Yes, for being here to discuss the state of the church in the country and the state of immigration. They represent broad faith networks and are joined by hundreds and hundreds of senior pastors from across the nation who have come to D.C. to advocate on behalf of their congregations. We're talking about from Texas to Minnesota, from Florida to California. Churches have descended on Washington on a glorious day like today, the State of the Union, the morning of the State of the Union, to make their voices heard about this pressing issue called immigration. And I was talking to you about the weather. You know, I'm a Miami girl, and I am freezing. I am freezing. It's what? It's 30 degrees. It's. They want me to say it's cold. It's 30 degrees. I'm not used to this weather, but in reality, what is making me shiver is not so much the 30 degrees that we are experiencing today, but the fact that we are reviewing the statistics that are very, very telling and very worrisome. I'm talking about that 1 in 12 Christians in America is either undocumented or lives with a family member who is. That means that we're talking about 10 million Christians who are at risk of deportation if we do not work and if we do not do something quickly as members of Congress. In other words, change our federal laws. That could represent, listen to this, the largest forced exodus of Christians in the history of the United States. I'm going to say it again. This could represent the largest forced exodus of Christians in American history. Just think about that for a minute. This country has never driven believers away or into hiding. On the opposite, our history indicates that those who wanted to have political freedom came to the United States. We are a nation built on freedom to worship freely with no fear. And that is the reason why all of you, hundreds of pastors from across the country, are standing here behind me. And I thank all of you for being here and making the sacrifice to coming to Washington, D.C. At this hour, that sacred freedom of worshiping is being tested. Believers are afraid to show up at church on Sunday morning like they have done for decades. And you are experiencing that. You are feeling it in your congregations. The book of Corinthians says that very clearly in 12:26. If one part of the body suffers, all the parts suffered with it. And that is why we know that the body of Christ is suffering right now and we see it in the empty pews. As we gather on this morning, the day of the State of the Union, we see that Congress needs to find a solution to our broken immigration system, a problem which has lasted for 40 years. It's been 40 years since no immigration law passes the United States Congress, Senate, and is signed by the President. And for that reason, as a member of Congress, the representative of District Number 27 in the state of Florida, I wrote the Dignity Act, which is the way that the dignity, that name is biblical, echoes the very biblical truth enshrined in our Declaration of Independence, enshrined in our Judeo-Christian Bible, that all men are created equal, that certain rights come from God, not from government. And for that reason, this law, the Dignity Law, restores the critical American balance to our American laws. It separates the criminals from the faithful. It creates a new legal status, not citizenship, not amnesty. It's a new legal status, the dignity status for those who are working and contributing to our economy, those who are making our lives easier and cheaper, for those who are basically in those key sectors, construction, hospitality, agricultural, healthcare, the dairies, the slaughterhouses. Is 20% of the economy of this country is in the hands, 50% in agricultural, 30% in construction. We're talking about millions and millions of people who are contributing to our economy that do not have a criminal record, and that indeed they are undocumented, but someone gave them a job and they have been working among us for decades. Those are the ones that I'm talking about. The Bible and the church are no strangers to immigration. Throughout the Bible, throughout the scripture, there are two kinds of leaders: those who persecute faith communities and those who protect them. Joseph was trafficked, Daniel was exiled, and our Lord Jesus was a refugee. And when the Pharaoh showed a heart of stone, chaos and suffering followed into his nation. America, our government, Washington, must not harden its heart toward those who worship among us, work among us, pray among us. Dignity Law, which I very much appreciate all of you supporting this piece of legislation, is not amnesty, is dignity. Dignity is a new status. Dignity is one of the 7 pillars of American conservatism, to have a dignified life in this, the promised land. This is a defining moment for us as a country built on Christian values. We are called to protect and to uphold those Judeo-Christian values. We in the United States Congress, we as legislators. It's about protecting the moral foundation of the country. This is not politics. This is more than politics. This is our values. That's why I'm calling on my colleagues in Congress, Republicans and Democrats, to support the dignity legislation. Dignity has the support right now of hundreds of national organizations, of hundreds of faith groups across the country, and it's shown in this group of people behind me. It has the support of more than 40 members of Congress. Now we need your help. We need everyone's help. Everyone should come together and support this legislation, because it brings together two things: justice and mercy. And that's what we stand for as the United States and as Americans.
That was Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar speaking earlier today at that news conference discussing the Dignity Act and the state of immigration. I want to get you live now to Tallahassee, where a state committee, this is the Florida House Budget Committee, hearing a discussion and some testimony on House Bill 365, which would provide for some additional training and a number of other things for law enforcement officers to help with their interactions with people with autism spectrum disorder. So let's go ahead and listen in live right now in Tallahassee.
Away from the support system and was incarcerated with actual criminals. During his arrest encounter, he became overstimulated, which is typical for those on this spectrum, which resulted in him being tossed on the ground and tased 7 times. While he was incarcerated, he was also sexually assaulted and suffers severe PTSD from these incidents. While his taser scars across his chest and his back will likely fade away, the level of PTSD that this young man suffers from and his family likely will not. I can say this with confidence that the officer in-person training in this bill is crucial. Why? Because after I bailed this young man out, I got to meet him, and within 20 seconds, I could tell he was on the spectrum. Why? Because as the oldest with 2 younger siblings with autism, I've also interacted with hundreds, if not thousands, of other kids and adults on the spectrum. And it's one of those things where you cannot just take a e-learning class like I did my last year in law school. I'm a 2020 graduate. I did a lot of that. But it's something that you have to roll up your sleeves. Everyone is different, just like all of us. So are those on the spectrum. You can't categorize them as high functioning. They might be able to talk to you and answer questions, but they cannot comprehend the question that they're being asked. So the in-person officer training is beneficial for those on the spectrum, and also our law enforcement officers. We feel like we have an obligation to equip them with the skills and training that they rightfully deserve as well. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Annette Lizardo with the Autism Society of Florida.
Good afternoon, and thank you for placing the bill on today's agenda. I am the president of the Autism Society of Florida, an attorney, including as a former criminal appellate attorney for the state of Florida. But more importantly, I'm here today as the mother of Samuel, who you heard about, who turns 20 years old today. He was very cute at 2.5 when he was diagnosed. Today, he's 6'3" and close to 300 pounds. He cannot speak. He doesn't drive yet, but many others similar to him do. The optional blue envelope portion of the bill is very important. It will require in-person training of both officers and those with autism who drive, as Alex so eloquently said. This is why the in-person training component of the bill is crucial. It's essential to train and implement strategies that will assist both law enforcement to do their job the best they can, and those on the autism spectrum to know what to expect and to interact with a friendly face. Practicing positive interactions needs to occur before an emergency or crisis situation presents itself. With the training proposed in the bill, officer interactions with our autistic population can become more success stories. An in-person training for law enforcement officers with the opportunity to interact with those in their community who have autism, not just a trainer who comes and goes, or a video that I can click and stop and go get coffee or go to the bathroom and then come back to later, can make all the difference. Fostering these positive interactions will safeguard both our officers and our most vulnerable autistic population. My Samuel has participated in some of these trainings across the state of Florida, and he's high-fived some officers. They've played catch ball for a few minutes. As my sister mentioned, he has had the opportunity to show them his device. And that device has personal information on it, which he cannot tell them, but it tells his name, where he lives, his age, my name, my number, so who to contact in case of an emergency. And that has made all the difference. He knows police are community helpers and his friends. He doesn't fear them. And more importantly, they know that unusual behavior from a gentle giant is not dangerous. He knows that they're there to help, and we foster that from the Autism Society of Florida, positive interactions. I respectfully request your support for the bill, including the language in the Senate version. It not only protects our most vulnerable population with autism, but supports law enforcement officers by equipping them to make more success stories rather than tragedies that make the 6 o'clock news. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Monica Ricardo Lamoli Carretero with Autism Society of Greater Orlando. And as a parent, you're recognized.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. So when a person with autism has anxiety and is overwhelmed, they might not react like you and I would They might script. They might have echolalia, which is repeating words. They might elope, like it's like running away, or they might seem non-compliant, but this can be misinterpreted. This is not being defiant, this is their behavior. So when an officer is in contact with a person that they don't understand their behavior, the situation can escalate. And this, as a parent of a person with autism, is terrifying. I am here today with my son, and he would like to talk to you and tell you about who he is and why he feels this bill is important.
So my name is Ricardo Lamoli. I am 14 years old. I have autism, which gives me many strengths and skills that make me proud of who I am. But when I feel nervous or anxious, it still feels difficult to regulate myself and express what I need in a way others can understand and not misinterpret. My parents have been teaching me how to advocate for myself and explain my autism. They take me to participate in in-person training with police officers and first responders, all thanks to the Autism Society of Greater Orlando. On top of that, they help me introduce myself to officers who work in places that I go to often. Law enforcement officers need to understand that I could react a certain way because I feel nervous, and not because I'm doing something wrong. My mom has advocated for this bill for over 3 years now, and it will improve the safety of not just myself, but also others with this condition whenever they're around officers and such. Please vote in favor. Thank you for listening to my words.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Kenya Corey with the Florida Goodwill Association is waving in support. Susan Goldstein, mother and advocate, Autism Society of Florida, is a proponent waving in support. And Kiera Nixon with Equal Ground is waving in support. All right, members, we're in debate. Is there debate? Representative Tant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep, for bringing this bill. It is long overdue. We passed some legislation a couple of years ago that allows us to put on our car registration that there may be someone in the vehicle that won't react the way law enforcement expects, but the training is really critical, and I think it will be. And I loved hearing from our young man, and that he spoke about his superpowers as well as his fears. And I'm so sorry about Samuel and the experience that he had. No child should have to go through that. And law enforcement, we all want them to have the best possible training so that they can effectively handle all circumstances, including these. So thank you for bringing the bill.
Representative Maggard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep, thank you so much. This has been a conversation in the autism world for a while. So thank you. And everybody, you better co-sponsor this.
Additional debate. Who wants to follow that? All right, Vice Chair Valdez, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to waive close, but my goodness, I just feel compelled to, first of all, thank Chair Brannon, thank Whitney and the staffer. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. You know, of all the conversations we have in different bills, these are the ones that matter. And I'll just ask for your favorable support on this great bill. Thank you.
Having closed on the bill, Ms. Sherrill, please call the roll.
Chair McClure?
Yes.
Vice Chair Valdez?
Yes.
Ranking Member Driscoll?
Yes.
Representatives Andrade? Yes. Brannon?
Yes.
Buchanan?
Yes.
Posada? Yes. Kennedy?
Yes.
Chambliss? Franklin?
Yes.
Garrison?
Yes.
Hunchowski?
Yes.
Coster?
Yes.
Maggard?
Yes.
Maney?
Yes, ma'am.
McFarland? Yes. Mello? Yes. Mooney?
Yes.
Overdorf?
Yes, ma'am.
Persons Malika?
Yes.
Rayner?
Yes.
F. Robinson?
Yes.
W. Robinson?
Yes.
Schoaf?
Yes.
Soroy?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tant?
Yes.
Tomko? Yes. Tuck? Woodson? Yes.
Congratulations. By your vote, the bill passes. Please report CS for House Bill 365 favorably.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
All right, members, this concludes our committee agenda.
So the House Budget Committee wrapping up right there after they unanimously approved the bill that would make some changes, require some additional training to help with law enforcement police interactions with people with autism spectrum disorder. So the Senate passed a similar bill. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what exactly the differences might be with that, but it passed the Senate unanimously. So we will see. This bill, I believe, has just made its final stop in committee and should soon be heading to the House. No, it still has to be heard in the Judiciary Committee before it would head to the House floor. But we are seeing a lot of support for this bill on at the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The president going to be delivering the State of the Union address a little bit later tonight. Yesterday, we heard from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from South Florida, who held a news conference to introduce her State of the Union guest. We know that is something that is often done. These lawmakers bringing State of the Union guests, and we're going to check in on that in just a little bit, actually, because we just got our feed of a virtual hearing from Utah where Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk suspected assassin, his attorneys are in court right now, and the judge is expected to rule on whether or not to remove the prosecutors in this case. There was a previous motion and hearing all about this, and the judge slated to announce his decision. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Amended standing order, which addresses procedures to classify a public record as non-public. Next, let's turn to the ruling and order on defendant's motion to disqualify Utah County Attorney's Office. The court appreciates the patience of all parties with respect to this motion. The court has taken the necessary time to carefully review the motions submitted, consider the evidence presented, and the arguments made by counsel. And the court now reads its ruling, which will be made available and posted later today. Before the court is defendant's motion to disqualify Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that high-level prosecutor assigned to this case has a concurrent conflict of interest, and because no efforts were made to screen him, the entire office should be disqualified. Because defendant has not established a factual basis for a finding of conflict of interest or an objective appearance of impropriety rising to a constitutional concern, his motion is respectfully denied. At defendant's request, the court held an evidentiary hearing on January 16th, 2026 and February 3rd, 2026. Each witness was subject to direct and cross-examination, and each witness testified credibly. Although there were slight variations in their testimony about some facts, those variances are not material to the resolution of this motion. Based on the evidence presented, the court makes the following findings of fact. Chad Grunander, a prosecutor assigned to this case, is the chief deputy at the Utah County Attorney's Office. He is a veteran prosecutor and has more experience than any other person in the office litigating homicide cases. On September 10th, 2025, Mr. Grunander's daughter, hereinafter referred to as daughter, attended a rally at Utah Valley University featuring Charlie Kirk. She sat in the back of the university courtyard, approximately 85 feet away from where Mr. Kirk was speaking. Shortly after the rally began, she heard a popping noise and heard a man say, "He's been shot." She, along with other members of the crowd, ran out of the courtyard into a nearby building. Daughter felt afraid for her life while she was running, but felt better when she reached the building. Daughter texted her father. She told him someone was shot. She heard it was Charlie Kirk. She heard the gunshots, and she was okay. Following the incident, daughter had not experienced any trauma, emotional difficulty, or changes to her routine. Daughter was not interviewed by any member of law enforcement or the prosecution team until after the current motion was filed. When Mr. Grunander received the text messages from daughter, he was startled and concerned for her welfare, but he felt better when she notified him saying she was okay. Mr. Grunander shared the text messages with the Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray. Eventually, each prosecutor on the prosecution team and at least some law enforcement personnel became aware of that Mr. Grunander's child had attended the rally. No effort was made by the Utah County Attorney's Office to screen Mr. Grunander from the case or from speaking about his child's experience with other attorneys in the office. Mr. Gray consulted with his prosecution team, including Mr. Grunander, when determining which charges to file and whether to seek the death penalty. But the ultimate charging decision rested solely with Mr. Gray in his statutory capacity as elected county attorney. He made the decision to file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty at the inception of the case rather than waiting until after the arraignment, as allowed by statute. His decision to seek the death penalty was based upon his assessment that the death penalty is appropriate in this case. He chose not to wait to file the notice because he believed it would cause unnecessary speculation on the part of the public and angst on the part of the victim's family. Lauder's presence at the rally did not materially influence Mr. Gray's decision-making, and the court finds that this conclusion is supported by credible testimony and objective record before it. Approximately 3,000 people attended the rally at Utah Valley University. Throughout the course of the investigation, over 40 attendees voluntarily provided witness statements to law enforcement, and several attendees provided video footage of the incident. No evidence was provided by daughter that she was not available from other sources. The state has chosen not to call her as a witness in support of its prosecution of Mr. Robinson. In October 2025, Mr. Grunander sent an email to defense counsel and disclosed his child had attended the rally at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was shot. Defendant moves for disqualification under Rule 1.7 of the Utah Rules of Professional Conduct, which provides in relevant part that a lawyer has a concurrent conflict of interest if there is a significant risk that the representation will be materially limited by a personal interest of the lawyer. In applying this standard, the court is mindful that this is a capital case. The decision whether to seek the death penalty is among the most solemn exercises of prosecutorial discretion, and allegations of bias or personal influence in that context warrants careful and searching judicial review to preserve both due process and public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Defendant argues that Mr. Gernander's relationship with daughter creates a significant risk that his decision-making will be and has been materially limited by personal interest, namely his loyalty to his daughter. Because no screening was in place to prevent Mr. Gernander's conflict from tainting the entire prosecution team, defendant argues that Utah County Attorney's Office should be disqualified from prosecuting this case. This is especially so because Mr. Gernander holds a supervisorial role in the office and is a key part of the prosecution team. Defendant has not identified binding authority establishing that a prosecutor has a concurrent conflict solely because the prosecutor has a familial relationship with the potential witness, particularly where the witness has no unique relevant information. In the cases defendant cites, the prosecutors were split between their loyalty to the government and their loyalty to the defendant, or a personal interest separate from the case being prosecuted. In State v. McClellan, the prosecutor had previously represented the defendant and had access to confidential protected information, which could undermine the defendant's right to due process. In State v. Balfour, the prosecutor had past financial, business, and political ties to a defendant, which could conflict with the prosecutor's duty to pursue justice and represent the government. In Wright v. United States, the prosecutor's wife was the defendant's political opponent whom she had accused of sending people to assault her. In State v. Tate, the prosecutor had been a judge on the defendant's case and had been privy to ex parte communications. In People v. Connors, the prosecutor was both a victim and a witness to a separate crime committed by the defendant, which created a personal grudge against the defendant himself. Each of these cases involve a personal interest directly connected to the defendant or some other interest that materially limited the prosecutor's representation of the state. By contrast, the record here contains no evidence that Mr. Gernander or any member of his family had a personal relationship with, bias toward, defendant, nor does the record show that Mr. Gernander's professional judgment has been or is substantially likely to be materially limited by his loyalty to his daughter. Speculation regarding potential influence is insufficient to establish a significant risk under Rule 1.7. The court has independently reviewed the evidentiary record with particular attention to whether any direct or indirect decision-making in this case reflects personal involvement inconsistent with the objective prosecutorial judgment. The court finds no such evidence. Defendant argues that two prosecutorial decisions could have been impacted by Mr. Gernander's relationship to daughter, thereby affecting defendant's due process rights. The decision not to call daughter as a witness and the decision to seek the death penalty. The court is persuaded by the evidence presented that daughter is not being called to testify because she has no uniquely relevant testimony to give, and the state has access to much stronger evidence from other witnesses. To the extent defendant believes his due process rights are violated by the state declining to call daughter as a witness, defendant has subpoena powers and a right to call her himself if he believes her testimony is important to his case. As to the decision to seek death, the court finds that daughter's presence at the rally did not factor into the prosecutorial analysis. The evidence supports that Mr. Gray's decision was grounded in his assessment of the facts and applicable law. Because the circumstances of every case are unique, Oh, I heard something. I'll continue. Let me start over on that sentence. Because the circumstances of every case are unique, prosecutorial discretion allows a prosecutor to consider a host of relevant factors when determining whether to seek death, as long as the considerations of those factors is constitutionally sound. Even if Mr. Gray considered the impact on daughter when deciding to seek death, defendant has not shown that the impact of the crime on victims, witnesses, or even prosecutors themselves is an unconstitutional consideration when deciding to seek the death penalty. In sum, the court concludes that there is not a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit his representation of the state of Utah. Furthermore, defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter has or will impact defendant's due process rights. Based on the record before the court, defendant has not shown that his prosecution by the Utah County Attorney's Office is tainted by a concurrent conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. During oral argument, defendant requested the court also consider whether the Utah County Attorney's Office followed the process recommended by the Utah Prosecutors' Best Practices created by the Statewide Association of Prosecutors, otherwise known as SWAP, in determining whether to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that best practice demands that a prosecutor avoid the appearance of bias based upon public perception. To avoid this appearance, the Utah County Attorney's Office should have immediately screened Mr. Grunander from the rest of the office. Because it failed to do so, there is now a hint that the decision to seek the death penalty was an emotional response to Mr. Grunander's concern for his daughter. The best practices document is not controlling on this court. And even if it was, the court is unpersuaded that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates an appearance of bias in this case. Prosecutors need not be immune to the emotional response of others to prosecute a case. Indeed, it is part of a prosecutor's duty to interview witnesses and victims and evaluate the impact of an alleged crime. A prosecutor need not be disinterested on the issue whether a prospective defendant has committed the crime with which he is charged. If honestly convinced of the defendant's guilt, the prosecutor is free, indeed obligated, to be deeply interested in urging that view by any fair means. True disinterest on the issue of such a defendant's guilt is the domain of the judge and the jury, not the prosecutor. And this is citing from Wright. Also, prosecutors need not be entirely neutral and detached. In an adversarial system, they are necessarily permitted to be zealous in their enforcement of the law. After reviewing the record, the court concludes that the familial relationship at issue, without additional evidence of personal involvement or influence, does not create a reasonable perception that the prosecutorial discretion was exercised for improper reasons. Zealous advocacy remains bound by constitutional and ethical constraints, and the court finds that those boundaries have not been crossed here. This ruling is confined to the specific facts established in this record. Different circumstances, such as evidence of direct personal involvement, uniquely material testimony, or demonstrable influence over discretionary decisions, could warrant a different result. In sum, the defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit representation of the state, nor has defendant demonstrated that his due process rights are compromised by the continued prosecution of this case by the Utah County Attorney's Office. Applying this governing legal standard to the facts established in the record, defendant's motion is respectfully denied. All right, that order in a written form will be available shortly online. The court wishes to turn to its last matter, and and the court wishes to address the remaining outstanding motions in a timely manner and to set appropriate dates for their hearing and resolution. The court recognizes that coordinating schedules can be challenging and that we all make a good faith effort to accommodate the court and one another in setting these matters for hearing so that the constitutional rights of all parties are protected and preserved. Counsel, I'm reviewing a list of motions before the court, and so I wish to quickly address that, set hearing dates so all parties have an expectation of what comes next and what to prepare for. And so I'll turn to the attorneys. The court has thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Judge, this is Mr. Grunander. I apologize for my camera. Something's happening with it this morning, but
sure.
I see that the court entered a couple of rulings that we received late last night. I think there are still the outstanding motions to classify as private that need to be addressed. And then there is the outstanding motion from the defense to exclude media, electronic media coverage. And there is a request, and I'll defer to the defense, but there's a request for an evidentiary hearing there. But that's what I see as far as what's outstanding. In addition, Your Honor, I should say there is one with respect to a piece of evidence that we're trying to identify additional reports on to get to the defense so that we can be fully prepared to address that issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Turning to defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Richard Novak. I know that the court may have seen the emails which were exchanged with the court's clerk and counsel concerning scheduling. We had all suggested a date that the court was available to resolve the classification issues, some of which, as Mr. Grunander said, are still pending, notwithstanding yesterday's orders, and that was the date of April 17th. It was our expectation that the court would take care of the classification issues at a hearing that afternoon. The court's public order yesterday did address in a footnote a question of the media's standing with respect to, say, the merits of the motion that Mr. Grunander mentioned. So we think that that needs to be addressed because the media did file what they purport to be a preliminary response to a motion that is presently classified. So before we actually before the court conducts the hearing on the merits of the motion to exclude, which we anticipate would be an evidentiary hearing with both exhibits and witnesses, we think that it would be most efficient for the court to lay the groundwork on what will be public, what will not be public, and which entities, I'm not going to say parties because that's not right, which entities have standing to weigh in on that motion and the scope of that standing. And we do think because, the court has obviously seen, because it approved the filing of the initial motion, that there's an extensive evidentiary presentation that's necessary. It's not going to be the 2 to 3 hours that we were told the court is available on April 17th. So our thought is that we would have all of that sort of preliminary and standing, all of the preliminary and standing issues resolved at the court's next availability that worked for counsel, which is April 17th, and that at some date after April 17th, we would then have the hearing on the merits of that motion.
All right. Any other?
Does that make sense, or did I just muddy it up even more?
No, I understand what you're saying. Any other input from any of the other parties before the court gives its input?
Judd, I think Mr. Novak mentioned the afternoon of April 17th. I think the court's availability may be that morning. And other than that, I think this plan sounds good and makes sense to the media. I think the remaining issues that are most likely to be argued and resolved at an April 17th hearing are individualized motions related to closure of things on the docket. In that way, there's kind of a commonality between those. There's likely some overlap, even though they're separate briefings, on the interests and the questions related to those motions to classify. I'll note that more may come along. There was a reply to the motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom that has also been subject to a motion to classify. But again, I think that could be argued easily alongside the pending motions to classify or close that the court is attempting to schedule for hearing now.
All right. All right, so here's the court's input. I wish to address the motions to classify and addressing the closure of the hearing for the evidentiary hearing to exclude media well before April. And I don't believe that those hearings will take a lot of time. And for this court, for many reasons, and because the court intends to keep the May preliminary hearing. And I realize that there may be things that come up that may affect that, but as we stand today, that preliminary hearing date is set. And I wish for these issues to be addressed prior to the preliminary hearing, given the nature of that hearing. And so there is clarity on what will happen. What dates do we have available in March? In council, before I get these dates, I recognize that you all have challenging schedules, but this case must have priority as this court is trying to balance the constitutional rights of all parties and being timely in its process. So I ask you respectfully to do your best to ensure that we can align to a schedule that allows us to move forward in a proper manner while respecting the constitutional rights of all parties. And so looking at March dates, I have March 13th. It's rare, available all day. And I want to preface this by saying, just to give you an idea, when I am setting a hearing for an hour or more, I am looking into June just because of the court's calendar. And so this is a rare opportunity to have this to address the motions to classify and potentially closure. What does that look like for the parties?
Well, on the 13th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think, this is Richard Novak. I think, and I would defer to Mr. Judd, but I think one of the attorneys of record for the media entities had a problem with March 13th when the clerk initially floated that date, but I may be wrong about that, and then I can address the defense's availability on that date.
Well, I wish to address defense's availability first.
Okay. So I thought that I needed to be on the East Coast for a personal matter. I could probably work around that. The only other conflict we had was that Ms. Visser was scheduled to start a serious felony matter the following Monday morning, the 16th. But we hear what the court's saying. So I can adjust my personal travel schedule to accommodate the court. And I appreciate that the court wants to take advantage of this rare vacancy in its schedule.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. Mr. Judd.
Your Honor, does the court have a view right now as to whether this would be an in-person hearing or something that could be argued by WebEx?
I will accommodate the parties, and of course, turning to defense, and their preference is important, whether they request in person or via WebEx, or maybe it's mixed. Maybe some of us appear via WebEx. Well, not the court, but the rest of us. So I am open to try to find a solution.
I'm curious about that, Your Honor, but it's not outcome determinative. We will make it work. We realize we're guests in the court, that these issues are important. We recognize the interests that are in play. I'm scheduled to be elsewhere in Chicago that day. I'll appear by WebEx if that's what the court allows. If not, then I'll move those plans. This is a priority, and if that's the time that it works, then we'll make it work.
All right. So the parties, first, is it the intent to be in person? And if so, what are the thoughts about Mr. Judd appearing via WebEx?
Your Honor, the state is open to any procedure that will allow us to have this hearing on March 13th. We can be in person or via WebEx, and we have no objection to other entities, representatives appearing in whichever way is most accommodating for them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Novak.
All I would say is that if the court is going to open up a WebEx for some participants, we will be there either in person or by WebEx or both, because there are, as Your Honor knows, a few of us. Ms. Nestor will not be present because she's already engaged in trial in another county. But we will, I guess what I would say today is that we will be appearing in person, present in court with Mr. Robinson with us. If there is some reason why one of us needs to appear remotely, then we'll address that with the court.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. So it sounds like we're going to go ahead and set this in person. I realize that, there are complications. And Mr. Judd, it looks like there is no opposition to you appearing via WebEx. And of course, as mentioned by defense, there are certain attorneys that may need to appear by WebEx. So we will accommodate that, and we'll anticipate Mr. Robinson's appearance in person on March 13th. Counsel, given the direction of the court dealing with closure and classification of motions, how much time will you need to conduct your business in court? I want to open that up and lock it down before that date gets cannibalized by other important hearings as well.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Ballard. I guess I would defer to the defense. It's their motions to close and to classify. But I think having a time limit regardless would be helpful.
I'm going to suggest that, Your Honor, that it's going to be more than 1 hour and maybe less than 2 hours. And the reason why I say that is there are multiple motions to classify around the same issues, which are the motion, the reply, and the evidentiary hearing itself. And the court's going to obviously hear not only from the moving parties, which is Mr. Robinson, but the state and counsel for the media. And it would be hard for me to imagine that many attorneys in the court could do all that in less than 1 hour.
Are you commenting on the amount of time attorneys talk?
Only myself. I'm only referring to myself here.
No worries. I include myself in that comment. All right. So let's go ahead and set aside 3 hours just to be safe. I don't want any party to feel pressured, but as mentioned by Mr. Ballard, I believe that setting a timeline is appropriate. So let's go ahead and start. How does 10 a.m. on March 13th look? 10, 11, 12, concluding at the 1 o'clock hour.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor. That might actually allow me to get to my originally planned destination the same evening.
All right. To Mr. Ballard?
10 a.m. is perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Judd?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's turn to the second issue where we have that, I believe it was April 17th date. Does that allow sufficient time to address the evidentiary hearing being requested?
In terms of preparation for April 17th, yes. If that's when the court wants to do it, we will be ready to go on that date. That is, if that's what the court means by sufficient time, yes.
All right. And how much time, Mr. Novak, do you anticipate needing? I certainly want to make sure that all parties have enough time to present what they need to present.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to Mr. Burt on that, if Mr. Burt is able to do so. Looks like technologically he is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Burt.
Judge, I think on that, because it is going to involve the presentation of extensive exhibits and also some expert evidence, that we'd be looking at a full day, accounting for cross-examination by all the lawyers involved here.
All right. And to the state, what's your input?
A is more than enough to be able to address those issues.
All right. And to the state. I'm sorry, I just, to any other party.
I will defer to parties, Your Honor, on this. As the court knows, we haven't seen the motion itself or the reply. We've seen the state's opposition. But I think whatever the defense believes is necessary, given that they are the party bringing the evidence and the expert, if they believe that a day is sufficient, we see no reason to push back on that.
All right. All right. I do note that we have other issues on that day. I think we're just going to have to bump them. And so we'll go ahead and set aside the full day on April 17th. We'll start at 10 a.m. and conclude promptly at 5 p.m. if needs be. But it is the intent that we fully address the issues and it's not carried over or continued to another day. The court anticipates, given what's presented, has been the practice of the court, that it would take it under advisement and schedule a WebEx hearing to issue its decision. All right, so April 17th, starting at 10 a.m. I'm assuming in person, and Mr. Novak, I don't want to assume anything, in person with Mr. Robinson in court?
Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. I really appreciate your working together, and I know it's complicated. You all have busy schedules. Is there anything else that the court needs to address at this time?
Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Robinson at this time. Thank you.
Nor from the media, Your Honor.
All parties, I appreciate your hard work and your efforts, and we will be in adjournment until March 13th. Thank you. Court is now in recess.
Next hearing coming up in March 13th, and then you heard another hearing scheduled for April, as well as that the case moved forward. The big news today, the judge dismissing that push from attorneys representing Tyler Robinson. They were trying to get the prosecutors removed from this case because the prosecutor's daughter was in attendance at the event where Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. So that's the takeaway from that hearing after the judge denied that effort to disqualify the prosecutor in that case. We did not see Tyler Robinson. He attended virtually from the jail, and a number of others, the attorneys, also appeared virtually. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Before we went to that hearing from Provo, Utah, I was getting ready to introduce a news conference from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat from South Florida, who introduced us to her State of the Union guest, the person, a small business owner from her area, who is going to attend the State of the Union in front of the joint session of Congress later tonight. Here is what she had to say, and he also spoke a little bit at this news conference ahead of tonight's speech from President Donald Trump.
Is because his story, and he'll share it with you in a few moments, is really such a clear example of how folks in the middle class are just getting nailed by the affordability crisis, the explosive increase in everyday costs that middle class families and so many people are struggling with every single day. From my vantage point, representing my constituents, what I'm hearing from them all over the district is that the state of our union is angst-ridden. That's really what people are feeling every single day. Groceries costs are out of control. Electric bill prices, electricity costs have increased. Healthcare costs, as you'll hear, have exploded. And I mean, people are really struggling to make ends meet. And Donald Trump promised on day one that he would bring costs down. Well, the opposite has happened. And the opposite has happened because he's levied tariffs that now have been declared illegal, which we knew they were, by the Supreme Court at the end of this past week. The average family in my district, from the tariffs alone, have been paying almost $2,000 more a year annually because of Trump's tariff taxes. Electric bills have gone up about $172 a year. And grocery prices, people are paying about $1,400 more a year in grocery prices because household costs have exploded all over this country. And it has to stop. We need to work together to make sure that we can make life more affordable. So I'll turn it over to Steve to share his experience, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity.
My pleasure.
Our costs have gone up in the household. Let's just say inflation has hit the household more than anything because of healthcare costs this year. My plan, which is a bronze plan with a $20,000 max, is $3,400 a month for a family of four. I've been shopping to probably get out of that pretty soon if something doesn't happen.
What was it before the premium tax
beforehand, the base plan was $800 less, but then I got the tax credit, and it was about $1,000 a month. So that was great.
So it tripled.
It basically, $2,400 more.
Yeah.
So again, you see how that affects the family. Obviously, with all the other healthcare costs, any of the costs that we have at home that we basically have to contend with. So we're shopping again. We're hoping, because I was hoping initially that this would be taken care of in January, and that we go back to normal operation. That we'd be done, and we wouldn't be talking about this right now. So at this moment, we're shopping for other plans in the marketplace, not the ACA, but in the free marketplace, and just trying to figure it out. And it's not an easy thing to do. When you're looking at healthcare plans, you're playing with a Rubik's Cube, basically, and you're trying to figure it out. But our overall costs have gone up. I've got 2 kids in college, and it's just, you're trying to figure it out. Whether it's at the business, you got to make another $20,000 more just to cover the expenses for the healthcare just alone, and at home. So just like any other family, I'm above that threshold under the ACA, so I'm in the gray area, and the tax relief plan helped us, and basically that's where we are right now. My desire is for Washington to try to figure things out, honestly.
Well, and what you just said, the tax relief plan helping you, at the same time, because of the Republicans' refusal to restore the expiring enhanced premium tax credits, the increase in Steve's healthcare costs essentially ate up whatever savings he might have gotten from the tax relief. Most of the tax relief went to billionaires that blew a massive hole in our deficit, and Republicans were focused on making those permanent, and they did make those permanent in the big ugly law, and they refused to extend the enhanced premium tax credits so that small business owners, families like Steve's, would be able to make sure that their life remained affordable. Democrats forced a bill to the floor in a very difficult political environment because even a handful of Republicans recognized that the explosive increase in healthcare costs were pricing people out of control and that there would be a lot of people falling off the healthcare cliff. And so we forced the bill to the floor to extend those premium tax credits, and we passed it. And now it's up to the Senate to act. And the president could and should use his bully pulpit to push the Senate to take up that bill and send it to his desk, and he should sign it. And there's a lot of other things that the president should be doing, which I'm sure that we'll hear from him tomorrow. I can tell you, because I always get asked about what I expect or would like to hear from the president. I would like to, but don't expect to, hear the president talk about the absolute need to make life more affordable for Americans, to bring costs down, to work with Democrats to do that, and many other issues, including ensuring that we can get the full Department of Homeland Security reopened, because we have to make sure that we don't have disruptions in government in order to enable the administration to continue their abusive practices when it comes to their detention of undocumented immigrants, and those practices have to cease. We have to make sure that ICE agents are taking off their masks, that they're wearing ID, and that they can't just bust into homes without a judicial warrant, like we ensure people have safety from in the United States of America. So we're happy to take any questions.
Sure. Steve, you're a small business owner. What do you do?
I'm in aviation. I buy and sell assets.
Aviation assets?
Yeah.
Okay. And what has changed as far as your spending habits now that you have this increased healthcare costs? Are there things you've had to change?
Well, I mean, I honestly, as a business owner, you look at everything. So, we were thinking, well, we have a small office. It's a mom and pop, basically. And we're like, okay, why don't we just get out of the office and work out of the house? That saves you two and a half a month. Again, that covers my new healthcare costs. Telephones, this, that, the other, the house. Again, 2 kids in school, and I got to keep on paying those rents, so I can't do anything there.
You mentioned your windstorm insurance.
Well, yeah. Well, we dropped it, honestly, because it went crazy. So we were, lucky enough to be, we've been there over 30 years, so we paid it down, and we got windstorm eliminated, saved $12,000 a year, and basically you just have liability. I think a lot of people are doing that. A couple of my neighbors did that. So, but that just went from in a year it went from $7,000 to $12,000 after getting kicked off with 2 policies. But I keep on going. But yeah, you look at everything all the time. And I was raised like that, and that's what I do. So,
Steve, with respect to your health insurance for your family versus your health insurance for your employees, do you provide health insurance for your employees?
It's mom and pop. It's me and my wife. So me, myself, and I, basically. So we have 4 people on the policy, and that.
The 2 college kids, don't they get health insurance at college?
Oh heck no. I mean, you pay to go to the clinic,
right,
but you're not going to get anything out of that.
Right.
So
there's no more health insurance for college kids these days.
No, remember, with the Affordable Care Act, young adults can stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26 years old.
Right.
But, and in Florida, actually, they can stay on until they're 30, as long as they're Florida residents. But, I mean, the parents are still, I mean, they're, because with the Affordable Care Act policies, they can age rate the policy. In other words, they can account for the age of policy participants. That contributes to the overall premium.
Basically, I have no buying power. It's just it's like somebody doing drywall install, or an electrician, or a plumber. You know, it might be him and his wife as a company. And what are they doing? I mean, they're trying to figure it out. And again, I'm in that gray area where I may go, you know, over that cutoff line under the new setup, or which was the old setup. But you know, again, the policy has gone, just the policy, $800 in 1 year, and it's for, instead of 5 people, well, actually no, we had 4, but it's for 4 people. It's gone up $800, and it never went up $800 in a span of 5 years, because, you know, I looked at all my numbers. I could ask my accountant what we've been paying. I pulled everything out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's $800 in 1 year as opposed to 5-year span, any 5-year span. So, I mean, who's going to answer that question? When I was at the office renewing, I asked the guy what happened, you know, why $800? And he's like, well, our cost went up, or whatever. You know, they can't answer it. So I'm like, but that's, you know, who's going to bring some of these insurance companies to Congress and ask them why, you know, did you guys know there was going to be an increase? And, you know, factoring people coming off of the ACA, and, you know, is that where they decided basically to increase the rates? But
the $800, that's an extra per month, is what you're saying, is that right?
The policy went from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2,600 to 3,400. Same policy.
A month.
A month.
Right.
But luckily before that I had the ACA. Now the policy itself, when this started in 2021, because we, after the first 5 months in 2021, then I think the bill passed, so we were getting it after that.
Right.
But my family of 5 back at that time for those 5 months was we were paying $2,000. Now, in 5, well, 6 years.
That was with the credits.
No. This is, I wasn't getting it before, but we
Right.
were paying $2,000. Then we got the credit, and then it dropped down.
Okay.
But from 2000, you know, from, you know, the past 5 years, from 2,000 now to $3,400, that's $1,400.
Right.
That's a huge jump. So you figured in worst case scenario, I get in an accident, and I'm paying $40,000, and then my max out of pocket is $20,000. I'm looking at $60,000, and, you know, being in the hospital. Knock on wood, it doesn't happen, but that's what I'm looking at. So again, now we're hoping everybody figures out. I get into something I can understand because it's all there, because of the law, or I go to, you know, just private and try to figure out, you know, hodgepodge of selections I can make, and I hope I make the right one, you know, being non-ACA.
And here's the
policies.
thing, it doesn't have to be this way. We have a bill that passed the floor of the House of Representatives. The Senate could take it up and pass it and send it to the president. And it is literally the Republicans who are standing in the way of ensuring that we can get that done. President Trump, you know, he certainly uses whatever influence he has with his Republican members of Congress whenever he feels like it, and they bow to his will. So it is absolutely critical that he care about how much small business owners and regular folks like Steve and his family are paying to make sure that when they're sick, they can afford to go to the doctor. We've had in Florida alone, because we have the most signups for the Affordable Care Act of any state in the country, we've had about 230,000 people in Florida drop their Affordable Care Act coverage altogether from the end of last year to the beginning of this one. And likely, the prediction is that more will drop because some of those are automatic renewals, and so when they realize how much their premiums are, they'll end up dropping they'll likely drop their coverage as well. We should sit down and work together and hammer out a compromise, because if we were all singularly focused on making life more affordable for all Americans, then there's a lot of problems that we could solve together. And so that's what the American people, I know, are looking to hear from President Trump tomorrow, is to talk about how we are going to work together to make life more affordable. He is doing everything but allowing the enhanced premium tax credits to expire, drove healthcare costs through the roof. His tariffs that he has pushed and is so proud of, and is, so incredibly angry at the Supreme Court for throwing out his ability to do that because it was illegal on Friday. Those tariff taxes have increased costs for folks in my district annually by almost $2,000 a year. Those are taxes. That's what tariffs are. Those costs from businesses are passed on to the consumer. You have grocery prices that are out of control. We should work together to try to find a way to bring those costs down. Utility costs are up. It is affecting everyone, and that's an angst that people live with every single day. When you are constantly worried about when you're constantly worried about how you're going to afford to take care of your family and make ends meet, then that distracts you from everything else. Childcare costs are hugely expensive. We should be working together. And instead, honestly, as a member of Congress, it feels like I have to put battle armor on every single day when I go to Washington to fight Republicans who seem like they're really, fighting to make the rich richer instead of helping folks like Steve and his family and the middle class folks in my district just to be able to breathe a little easier. It's just not right. And so I'm really glad Steve is joining me to be able to help show that this is causing real pain for real people.
So that is the word from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and her State of the Union guest attending the event tonight. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to take you back to Tallahassee, where just a little bit ago, a state committee, this is the Florida House Budget Committee, moved forward with a bill to create a statewide counterintelligence and counterterrorism unit. Here's a little bit of that discussion from just a little bit ago in Tallahassee.
House Bill 945, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 945, create a counterintelligence, counterterrorism team for the state of Florida. We are very, very aware of the questions regarding First Amendment, questions regarding any sort of political risks of speech. We're going to address that in an amendment that comes to the next committee, because this is a budget committee and we can't present those policy kind of talks. But just understand, this is going after terrorists, nation-state bad actors, not political speech. A criminal predicate is required prior to any law enforcement activity. We don't have intelligence authorities. We're in law enforcement, and that's how this begins. So, ladies and gentlemen, there must be a crime that someone they believe is accused of or they have committed before they can investigate. Sir, that is the bill.
All right, members, we're inquired. You're recognized, Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. Jesus, upgraded you. Wanted to, Representative Alvarez, and I do apologize for not getting back to you, but since this is a fiscal committee, turning to page 3, looking at lines 62 through 71 of what would be required to actually have this department, this unit rather, has there been, and I'm looking at the bill analysis, has there been a complete fiscal analysis of how much it would cost to operate this unit per year?
You're recognized.
FDLE has run soft numbers. We haven't had a fiscal determination from anything higher than that. Initial startup for the 10 slots, somewhere around $2 million initial year, 1.4 recurring to 1.5.
Additional questions? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I do see the 2.2.7 of its non-recurring. So do you know at this point what we appropriate to FDLE yearly? Do you know what that number is? And is that 2.2 going to come out of that number that we already appropriate, or would we need to give them additional money for that? I know it's a lot of questions.
You're recognized.
I don't know what we overall, but this is anticipated an additional to them, as this is a new unit for them to stand up.
Representative Overdorf, and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have obviously this is going into place July of this year if it passes and signed in. Why are we waiting until July of 27 to have it actually start up?
You're recognized.
It takes a little bit to find the right people with the right background to have done this. And then you got to get them through the law enforcement academy if they are not already law enforcement certified. Remember, we do not have a intelligence authority as a state of Florida. We only have a law enforcement authority, and that's the jurisdictional and constitutional protections they'll work under.
Follow up.
Thanks, sir. So you and I have talked about this. We, support the concept, but I've had some folks asking me, when the unit's created and we're moving ahead with this particular unit, how do we ensure that the information that's gleaned from the various investigations is not used for, say, political gain or things like that?
You're recognized.
It's a really, really good question. I think there's a major misconception about what counterintelligence is and counterterror. What we're looking for, and we're looking at, is, remember, first, the initial criminal predicate has to begin and has to be there. Are you working against our infrastructure, our electrical? Are you trying to bring in a fungus into our water supply? These are the specific things like that they're working at. Drug cartels, terrorist organizations. This political speech and political activity is covered on the Constitution, and the same framework that holds today investigations against political speech and political framework exists as that, and those guardrails are literally what we would count on for our police.
Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Representative Alvarez, I know we talked a little bit about the fiscal impact. I guess also my concern is if this is housed within the FDLE, what, if any, independent oversight exists beyond internal FDLE supervision?
You recognize.
It would be a unit of FDLE, so the same Court of Internal Affairs, internal supervision that we've got, and then, of course, they answer to their director.
Is that a follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor. Jesus.
Speaker, judge. I'm a general away from being equivalent to Mr. Maney. You recognize.
Listen, I've had several hats on today. And when I'm thinking about the oversight or review, we know that federal agencies are required to get warrants from a special court if they're going to surveil Americans. So I did not see it reflected in your bill, but does your bill require some type of judicial authorization before any type of intelligence surveillance begins, or is it just left simply up to the purview of the FDLE?
Recognize.
General, thank you. It is not left up to FDLE. Their FDLE carries the same jurisprudence protections that we have. So if they need a warrant to surveil someone, they need a warrant to wiretap, they need a warrant to do any of those things, today, they would need it tomorrow, and they have to follow the same rules.
Additional questions, members? All right, we are in public testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair Andrade, you had asked, and I said yes, and then I forgot it. You recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Representative Alvarez. Within the bill, lines 54, 55, can you give me some examples or a better understanding, because I don't understand what revealing its intent to compel a response using all counterintelligence and counterterrorism tradecraft necessary means?
So,
you recognize.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, when we're talking about counterintelligence and we're talking about a tradecraft that they might use to capture a spy, we're talking about the tradecraft required in order to capture a nation bad actor trying to do something bad against ours, or a terrorist that's trying to work one of their issues against the United States or the state of Florida. Does that answer your question?
You recognize. Does that answer your question?
Just one follow-up, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that a warrant is required for FDLE to reveal its intent to compel a response?
Recognize.
If I believe so. If it would normally be, I'm sorry, sir.
No, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, of course, it would be required. If it's required in the normal course and scope of an investigation, it would be required here, sir.
We're flirting with a TP over here. Ms. Cheryl and I are having a riveting debate.
Yes, sir.
Additional questions? All right, we're in public testimony. Vance Aarons waives in opposition. Ash Bradley is an opponent wishing to appear. Waiving in opposition. Thank you. Bobby Block, First Amendment Foundation, is opponent wishing to appear. You recognize, Mr. Block.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bobby Block. I'm with the First Amendment Foundation. Americans do not support, absolutely recoil at the idea of being surveilled or cataloged for their beliefs. Now, I'm grateful for the notion that changes are coming, but I'm not sure that they're going to be sufficient based on what I'm hearing. After the surveillance abuses in the 60s, when federal agents monitored Americans based on associations and viewpoints, public outrage forced guardrails into the law. Special courts were created to oversee requests, and procedures were designated to make sure that everything was following the law. In our lifetime, we have seen how tradecraft has gone off the rails when it doesn't have these guardrails. We've seen enhanced interrogation, extraordinary rendition, secret retention sites, and surveillance programs that reached far beyond what lawmakers originally imagined. This bill asks you members to create an intelligence unit empowered to use undefined tradecraft and analyze patterns of life, but nowhere do we see the guardrails that history taught us are essential. No defined investigative thresholds, no built-in independent oversight written into the statute itself. History shows when government is given broad intelligence authority and is simply told to exercise restraint or follow the rules, the limits expand, quietly at first and then irreversibly. I'm not asking you to assume bad intentions, but I am asking you to read the words on the page and ask a simple question. Where are the lines this unit cannot cross? If you cannot point to those limits in the law itself, you are not voting for policy, you are voting for discretion. And history tells that discretion without guardrails is where abuse comes. So I ask you, when you redo this law, when you do the amendments, please build in the guardrails or let this bill die. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Abdullah Skier with ACLU of Florida. Be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Abdullah Skier with the ACLU of Florida. We oppose this bill and ask you to vote no on it. Our right to privacy faces a growing surveillance apparatus that's often justified in the name of security. Numerous government agencies, including the National Security Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Homeland Security, and state and local law enforcement agencies intrude on the private communications of innocent citizens, amass vast databases of who we call and when, and catalog, quote, suspicious activities based on the vaguest of standards. Time and again, laws passed in the name of public safety have been used to justify discretionary enforcement and investigations that undermine our civil liberties. We have grave concerns that the current provisions of HB 945 could easily be used to silence dissenting voices under the guise of security. Florida has the tools to prosecute actual criminal conduct, including violent crimes. The vague and overbroad language in this bill could easily be weaponized against everyday Floridians engaged in First Amendment protected activity. This would subject them to unjustified surveillance and investigation without basic due process, clear standards, or independent oversight. Our country has a long record of abusing these laws to surveil and investigate advocates and activists. During the Civil Rights Movement, the FBI investigated and monitored leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. under the guise of national security. After September 11th, Muslim Americans were spied on by their own government in their own mosques. We can't allow Florida to repeat these injustices. Please vote no, and I understand that an amendment is forthcoming, and I appreciate the sponsors listening to those concerns, and we look forward to reviewing that language. Thank you.
Thank you. Orly Colon Lorari with the SPLC. And if I got your name incorrect, my apologies. Just restate it for us.
No, that's actually the best I've heard it so far. My name
Come
is.
back another time. It's not always that way in this committee.
My name is Aureli Colon Lavrauri, and I'm the Senior Policy Associate with the Southern Poverty Law Center. We are really encouraged to hear that there is an amendment forthcoming, and we're very grateful that you're hearing our concerns. But we are here to testify on the bill today, concerned about the subsections 2 and 3 of the bill. The definition of adversary intelligence entity is overly broad, vague, and casts a wide net that may catch those not actually posing a credible threat to public safety. We are especially concerned about the inclusion of views and opinions in the definition. By including views or opinions, not just demonstrable harmful actions, the definition risks targeting expression that is critical of the government of Florida and or the United States of America, which is protected under the First Amendment. There are also no guardrails or definitions in the bill about the limits of what constitutes a threat or an inimical stance. FDLE, which is headed by an appointee of the governor, would be able to discern for themselves what meets that definition. For this and many reasons, we ask you to please oppose this bill, as currently written would allow for the state to target anyone who has differing views and opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amina Spahik with Florida Rising is waiving in opposition. Pamela Birch Fort with Florida State Conference of NAACP branches is waiving in opposition. Amy Keith with Common Cause Florida is waiving in opposition. Members, we are now in debate. Is there debate? Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I am concerned. While I do believe the bill sponsor's intentions are pure, and are wanting to make sure Floridians are protected, there is concerns because I think about things like COINTELPRO, which was supposed to target, seditious, terroristic activities, and yet assassinated civil rights leaders. I think about, as one of the public comments spoke about, what happened after 9/11 and how innocent Americans were targeted. The concerns is that there are no guardrails that I see in this bill to ensure what judicial oversight looks like. There's no guardrails in this bill to mandate warrants being necessary. There's no guardrails for me, I believe, to the point that Representative Andrade indicated on lines 54 through 57, what is this tradecraft? What does that mean? My concern is that also, why is there a need in the state of Florida to have this when we have this at the federal level? So also, how does this compete with what's happening with the federal government? Also, while I'm grateful that the bill sponsors has indicated he's going to address some of the First Amendment concerns, I still think that it may not go as far as it needs to be. I mean, just the last a week ago, there was an article that was published in the Orlando Sentinel that someone sent a sharply worded message to Blaze and Golia, and they had the police at their house. It's crazy. And I don't know if there's any iteration of this bill I could vote for. I did say that if you took out the concerns about the First Amendment, I could be up on it. But as I sit here and kind of think through, and being a historian and also having a lived experience of being a Black woman in America who does civil rights, who have been targeted by law enforcement because of the things I've said, and have them sitting outside my house because of things I've said and the advocacy that I've done, I don't know if there's any iteration of this bill that I could support. Because quite frankly, and that means any of us could be a target in this room. So for that and many other reasons, I will have to respectfully vote down on this bill.
Representative Andrade in debate.
Some debate on multiple sides of this bill in the Florida House Budget Committee, discussing that the statewide counterintelligence and counterterrorism unit that would be created if that bill were to pass. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We will be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we're going to talk about a number of things. We're going to check in first with Fox 35's Matt Preza to give us the latest on the brush fire that's burning in Daytona Beach that caused some evacuations yesterday. We heard around noon that it's about 75% contained, so they're making progress on it. That is certainly good. We'll have more on that and a whole lot more coming up in our next hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to let you know a little bit of the top stories we're tracking that we're going to cover over this next hour with you here on Florida Live. We are getting ready to check in with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who is going to give us the latest on this brush fire that's been burning in Daytona Beach. Caused some evacuations yesterday. We're going to get the latest on where things stand. We will hear a little bit later about new court documents in the Anna Kepner case and what that might mean for the future of this case, and the suspect who previous court documents have revealed as the stepbrother, who is now believed to be facing charges according to a new filing in a separate case. And President Trump gets ready to deliver the State of the Union address tonight at 9 o'clock. We will talk about what you can expect and some of who might be in attendance at that event. So welcome in. We appreciate you joining us if you're just joining us here on Fox 35. We do want to go ahead and jump right in, though, and check in with this brush fire that's been burning in Volusia County. As we talked about last night, a number of evacuations throughout the evening. Thankfully, a number of homeowners able to return to their homes, and some progress being made on that fire today. I want to check in with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who joins us live via Zoom. And Matt, I know you had the chance to speak with some officials about where things stand with that fire. How are things looking?
Yes, they said the fire is about 75% contained. They continue to battle it, though. We had our drone up, our Skyfox drone, taking a look at some of the remaining smoke that was still there. But more importantly, from our perspective, I think we spoke with some of the homeowners, the people who were really concerned about how close this fire was getting. They had very high praise for the firefighters that were there overnight, keeping an eye on everything, obviously fighting the fire, making sure it didn't get any closer to their homes. And for many of these residents, they had to evacuate. Now they are back. When we went there, we and other people who were not residents were barred from going initially. We did get a chance to go in finally and see for ourselves some of the, what I would say the damage, but there really isn't any damage, fortunately, to the homes or anything, but just to talk to some of the nervous homeowners, ask them how things are going there now, and hear their praise for the firefighters who really did a tremendous job making sure that this brush fire didn't extend to their homes. At this point, they were only allowing residents onto the property. This is the Mosaic subdivision in Volusia County near Daytona Beach. But a lot of just them back in their homes, taking stock of their possessions, making sure that everything was fine. It is. There was no loss of life. And again, high praise for the firefighters who did a real terrific job making sure that everything stayed safe out there.
Matt, how close did the fire get to these homes that were evacuated?
In some cases, it was several hundred yards, I'd say. Because of the way the fire was burning, it's difficult to say where some homes were at risk, where others weren't. The line is kind of like it's not exactly a straight line. But again, it all just depends. With these dry conditions that we have out here, the wind can change very quickly and make things, go from being not dangerous to extremely dangerous. So it was a very volatile situation. And again, the residents are very thankful that the firefighters got it under control.
And the Forest Service not expecting to have to make any further evacuations at this point. Things are looking pretty good with this.
That's correct. At this time, they do say that they have things in hand, and they are continuing to monitor it, continuing to make sure that the fire stays contained, but no further evacuations or anything like that at this point.
All right, that is certainly good news there. Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us to give us the latest update.
Happy to. Thank you.
I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now because we talk about. I know you were out there yesterday, first of all, and seeing some of that firsthand. So what is it about the weather that really sparked things up yesterday? But officials said today some things have changed and it's actually cooperating a little bit better and helping them and helping this not spread worse. So what changed here?
I would say probably the wind, Garrett. That's probably the biggest change from today to yesterday. The wind has calmed down, which is great. Still, I mean, a slight breeze, but it was gusty on, our Monday, our Sunday, or really the last couple of days just have been much colder behind that cold front and kind of windy. So now that high pressure is starting to build in, we've seen a big improvement. And it's still obviously dry. So that's still, I think you could see fires. If someone was kind of negligent, you could still see a fire ignite, but the wind being lighter is a huge help.
Okay, good. Now we know that there are more days this week that you're really saying we need to keep an eye on when it comes to that fire risk.
Yeah, I feel like today and tomorrow, there's still a slight chance, so to speak, but conditions kind of become a little more favorable as we head into our Thursday, and that's looking like when we're going to have that, at least the potential for another fire weather warning. And of course, we've been talking about this, how many burn bans are in play. Many communities across Central Florida dealing with those, and likely until further notice, until we start to see some big changes, some big improvement in the drought that has gotten so bad across Central Florida, Garrett. But I do think the humidity value is going to be a little bit higher on a Thursday compared to what we just saw. Typically, we're looking for the humidity down below 35%. We have the dry ground, the dry fuels, so to speak, kind of driven by, or helped out at least by the freezes that we've had recently. But the wind not going to be quite as strong later in the week. We'll have another system on the approach. The wind likely increases a little bit out ahead of that. But I do think that compared to yesterday, not maybe quite as bad, at least in terms of the really low relative humidity. But I do think we're still going to have values down in the 30s, which would still be favorable for fires, and we'll still have that breeze a little stronger ahead of that system. So we could be dealing with more red flag or fire weather warnings.
All right, TJ, I got a question for you about this graphic here, because you kind of look here in our area of Central Florida, and it's quite a bit lower than everywhere else. Why is that? Is that just because of the coastal regions, or what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so you can kind of see some of the green off to our north and west there, Garrett. That's the higher humidity ahead of that approaching system, more moisture there in the air as that next cold front is starting to sweep into the southeast. You can kind of look at Miami, just because you have a southerly wind coming off the Gulf Stream there, coming off the ocean. It's kind of boosting the humidity in spots like Fort Myers or Miami. But we're inland and looking at Orlando per se, and even Ocala, where those values are a little bit lower. So that would probably be an area that we might see the greater concern for fire once again as we head into our Thursday. That's why we have that storm team alert once again. So
now let's talk a little bit, kind of long term here, because we know we're dealing with this severe drought, and it is going to take some time for us to get out of it.
Yeah.
At the same time, you are tracking the chance for some showers and storms this coming weekend that will help to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, we're just so below normal. I mean, I feel like you don't want to think or want a big tropical system, but I feel like we're going to need multiple big systems to come through and dump just a lot of rain to try to alleviate the drought. But of course, as we get closer to the rainy season beginning, that'll definitely help, and I'm sure with our daily afternoon rain chances that we typically see here in Central Florida, once we hit May and getting deeper into the start of summer, that'll certainly help. But yeah, it's just gotten so bad that I'm sure we're going to be dealing with more days where we have fire weather warnings issued, and just the little things that we can do on our own to try to prevent more fires from sparking.
How did it get so bad this year? And what role does the quiet, hurricane season have in that? The fact that we didn't get hit with, any major storms, or does that play into the fact that we're just in this historic drought?
I feel like that definitely played a role, because sometimes we have, if we get 13 inches of rain or 14 inches of rain like we did with a storm like Milton, that can just, we're going into this dry season so above normal that we kind of can have dry days where, it'll start to kind of average out. But just because we didn't have anything really major, aside from our typical rainy season, wet weather. I think that did play a role, and also the kind of the large scale climate pattern that we were in, Garrett. The La Nina, we say. That usually means drier and warmer conditions for us in the southeast and across the Sunshine State. So that also kind of driving the drier than normal pattern as well. But it's looking like we'll start to see a flip to more of an El Nino sort of climate signal, and that could mean a little more active of conditions for us, which would in turn hopefully mean some more rain. So,
well, we're definitely playing catch up right now. We know that.
Definitely, yeah.
All right. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us. We know to really be vigilant the rest of the week, especially on that Thursday, the day really to watch out for things when it comes to that fire risk.
For sure. I think we'll have a little more moisture in the air on Friday, and especially Saturday as those rain chances start to come on up.
All right. We appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. I want to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a man who was convicted of a brutal murder nearly 4 decades ago in Palmetto is set to die by lethal injection tonight at Florida State Prison. 65-year-old Melvin Trotter is set to receive that lethal injection around 6 o'clock tonight. He was convicted of the 1986 murder of Virgie Langford. She was a grocery store owner in Palmetto. Now, according to records, Langford was strangled and stabbed during the robbery at her shop. A truck driver driver found her alive after the attack, and before she died at the hospital, she was able to describe her killer. She told investigators that the man was wearing a Tropicana employee badge with the name Melvin on it. Police later discovered a shirt with Langford's blood type at Trotter's home and found his handprint on a meat cooler inside the store. Trotter has been on death row for decades. He was first sentenced to death in 1987, but after a successful appeal, he was sentenced to death a second time in 1993. Last week, the Florida Supreme Court denied his latest appeals. His attorneys argued that the state mismanaged its execution protocols and that Trotter's age should exempt him from the death penalty. Final appeals are currently pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, if the execution does move forward, Trotter will be the second person executed in Florida this year. It follows a record-breaking 2025 where Governor Ron DeSantis oversaw 19 executions. That's the most by any Florida governor in a single year since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. Florida continues to have one of the busiest execution chambers in the country. 2 more executions are already scheduled for next month. Garrett?
All right. Also in our Tampa connection today, Nancy, I know you're getting some new details about a stabbing in Pinellas Park. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, the stabbing took place last night, and according to investigators, Sandra Kegley attacked her daughter's boyfriend. That boyfriend's name was Eric Smith, and they say that she stabbed him multiple times. Now, detectives say that Kegley's daughter tried to jump in and stop the attack, and she was also injured in that process. Both victims, so Kegley's daughter as well as her boyfriend, they were both rushed to an area hospital for treatment, and police say that their injuries are non-life-threatening. As for Kegley, she was arrested and taken to the Pinellas County Jail. She is now facing serious charges, including attempted first-degree murder and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Garrett?
All right, and finally in our Tampa connection today, a new tool that's going to help canine officers injured in the line of duty.
Yes, Tampa General Hospital's AeroMed team is the first in Florida and the 4th in the country to be able to treat canines who are injured in the line of duty. TGH, the program was actually sparked by a crisis down in Highlands County where deputies had to drive 50 minutes to find a nearby veterinarian after one of their canines was injured. And flight nurse Donnie Richardson realized that there was a dangerous gap in civilian emergency care for these animals. So he worked to build a trauma response program from the ground up, training staff with a $33,000 canine simulator named Hero. That simulator can breathe, bleed, and replicate real-world injuries. So far, the AeroMed team has trained staff across Hillsborough, Highlands, Polk, and Charlotte counties. They have also certified 20 sheriff's offices and half a dozen fire rescue agencies statewide. And under this new partnership, critically injured canines will be airlifted directly to the Veterinary Medical Center at Lakewood Ranch. Doctors there say by trading a long drive in a patrol car for a quick flight on a helicopter, response times are dropping from nearly an hour to just several minutes. And as one flight nurse put it, a heart is a heart, whether it belongs to a human or a canine. Garrett?
I love that. And, you have to think this is something that will make a difference.
Yes, it is definitely something that will make a difference. Again, as they were saying, it's the difference between a few-minute flight versus, 50 minutes, maybe up to an hour, maybe even more than an hour in a patrol car to help get these injured canines the help they need. So again, Tampa General Hospital, the first in the state that is providing this care, and hopefully it will be expanded to other counties across the area.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Also a Tampa connection with something that happened out of Tallahassee earlier, where the Florida cabinet, anchored by the governor, the attorney general, the lieutenant governor, the state CFO, approved the conveyance of 22 acres of land from the state to Hillsborough College as a part of the future plans for a potential raised stadium off Dale Mabry Highway in Tampa. We heard some remarks from the governor, from the attorney general as well, saying this is a good use of this land to help reimagine the campus there and really pave the way for the future of baseball in the Bay Area. Here is what happened during that cabinet meeting earlier today.
One includes a request to convey approximately 22 acres of non-conservation land to the Board of Trustees of Hillsborough College. A determination that the conveyance is within the public interest and authorization to modify and release deed restrictions contained in the deeds noted in the item.
Yeah, we did a press event on this a few weeks ago, and I've actually, before that, went and personally toured the area. I think Hillsborough College, obviously has a big footprint in the overall area, as many campuses. That's kind of the core campus. There's a lot that needs to be done on that campus, and my view is rather than pour money into rehabbing old buildings, why don't you reimagine it in a good way? And I think that's the Hillsborough College leadership's position on it. But what I saw was really just an underutilized area, not the best area. I think there's a lot of potential. And so for Hillsborough College to be able to potentially do a deal that will be beneficial to them, but also the overall economy and community with the raise and all the stuff that would come from that, I think would be very, very exciting. And I think it'd be something that would be good for HCC. And I think it's also something that would ensure that baseball remains in Tampa Bay, which I think is important, but also just offering some vitality to that particular part of Tampa. You got the baseball, you have the Tampa Yankees, the Steinbrenner, you have the Bucks. And then if you had the Rays with everything they're planning around that, I think that's going to really change the character of the area for the better. So I've been really impressed with everything that's been put forward, and I really appreciate the folks, both the board and the president of Hillsborough College, leaning into this. I think they see a lot of avenues to really take their campus to the next level, and I agree. And so I think this is appropriate to empower them to be able to negotiate a deal that's going to allow them to have a reinvigorated and reimagined campus, and also connecting some of their students to all the great things that are going to be happening around them. And so I move to approve the items as presented. Attorney General, do you have a second?
I do. I think it's clear that, this is going to create a greater benefit than retention, in its current state ownership. What's today largely just a bunch of parking lots will be completely renovated to a live, work, entertain district that, is going to have significant economic benefit to the state. I also think a lot of great opportunities for the students to do internships, apprenticeships, walk right across the street and have job opportunities right there. And at the end of the day, I'm a big fan of keeping the Rays in Florida. I know they were looking at other states, other options, and I'm happy we'll be able to keep them in Tampa.
Commissioner? Yeah, I mean, one of the things people were like, I think I was asked at the press conference, well, how much is this land worth? Honestly, I don't know that it's worth very much outside of this proposal, because you wouldn't, like, a home builder would not put a subdivision there, no way. People wouldn't do commercial buildings right there now. I mean, you really, in order to make this something that's special, it really has to be something unique like this. And I do think there's a lot of potential there, both for the college and for the team and for the fans and for the overall community. Look, it'll have an economic benefit for the state of Florida writ large. But honestly, I'm much more concerned with making sure HCC goes to the next level and making sure the fans have a team, in Florida that they can root for in the Tampa Bay area. We didn't have one when I was growing up there, and then as soon as I left for college, the Rays came. And they've had good players, hasn't quite worked to where this franchise has been super successful, because there's an economics to this. But I think, as we've seen, there's a formula that applies to these things, and look, I like baseball, but not everyone's just going to go watch baseball just because they love it. You got to draw them with other things. The Lightning have done a great job with making it the place to be. That's why they sell out. And I definitely think there's potential in Tampa for this. So I know there's a lot of other, there's going to be a lot of other hurdles that need to go. I know HCC is going to be working with the organization. I know the organization is going to be working with the city and county, and we'll see how all that plays out. But I think the vision is compelling, and I think this makes a lot of sense from the state's perspective. And so that is no objections to that. Okay.
So that approval, 22 acres of land to be given to Hillsborough College for that Rays stadium. And we've seen the governor and the MLB commissioner appear at a news conference in recent weeks, throwing their support behind the Rays plan. You saw some of those renderings as well. And also a quick correction, I mistakenly noted the lieutenant governor as part of the Florida cabinet. The cabinet is the governor, the attorney general, the CFO, and the agriculture commissioner. So my bad on that, but we did see Wilton Simpson there in that cabinet meeting as well. So we are going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where a little bit later tonight, 9 o'clock, President Trump will address a joint session of Congress and deliver his State of the Union address. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. And as part of our poll question today, our Florida Live question of the day, we want to know what you want to hear from President Trump in the State of the Union. What are the top issues to you? What do you want to hear him address? Is it something to do with the economy or affordability? Is it immigration and immigration enforcement? Is it foreign policy? Maybe the tensions with Iran, and maybe something else. Or another topic. We want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right there, point your smartphone camera at it, and let us know. So we will pull this back up here in just a second as the votes come in. I want to bring in now Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter, who joins us live now at this time on Tuesdays. Kimberly, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So let's talk about the State of the Union, because we know it's something that we're watching closely all across the country, but also when it comes to kind of the Florida perspective of things. And you wrote about that in Playbook today.
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, members are very eagerly awaiting to see what President Trump is going to say tonight, because this is really not just a policy speech, it's a political speech. It really sort of lays the groundwork for the midterms. It gives Republicans talking points to bring to the trail with them as they run for re-election. And it also gives Democrats an opportunity to rebut the president. So we already see them doing this with some of the guests that they've invited to the State of the Union. They have folks who are trying to put the spot on President Trump in terms of his policies on affordability, on health care. and they are really trying to, make him uncomfortable, put him on the spot about that. And one of the things we learned as well is that Alex Vindman, who is running for the U.S. Senate and also was responsible for triggering the first Trump impeachment during the president's first term, will be in the room because his brother, who is his twin, represents the House in Virginia and has invited him as a guest. So there are going to be some folks in the room that are kind of, meant to put the president on the spot. It's a very political sort of flashpoint moment. And the president has said he's going to speak for a while. So I expect it to be very, very tense in the room and for it to plenty of fireworks to erupt for sure.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see, some of the guests who are invited, some of the response from folks as well. But we've also heard today from some members of Congress from Florida who, specifically Maria Elvira Salazar, who held an interesting news conference today on Capitol Hill talking about the state of immigration.
Yeah, her seat is one of those. It's down here in the Miami area. It's one of those that Democrats have aimed to flip this coming cycle. And one of the areas in which she's getting the most backlash is on immigration. She has warned President Trump that the hard-line deportation tactics that his administration has carried out have gone too far. She said it could cost them the midterms. And so she is really trying to appeal to the president to pass a bill that she has called the Dignity Act. And it's a bipartisan bill that would allow, for some people who've been immigrants in the U.S. for a long time to be able to have a legal pathway to stay and work. And it's just one of those things where, going in, Trump had a lot of positive polling when it came to immigration, but because of a lot of what has happened, because we have a very large immigrant population here in South Florida, especially all over Florida in general, but it's just one of those issues that has made it difficult for individual members and, could have an impact heading into the midterms. And I think that we saw that in some of the off-cycle elections in 2025.
And so we will be watching that closely. Always interesting to see what happens in the State of the Union address. Now let's come a little closer to home here and look in Florida because we know there are a lot of questions right now about what's next for the DeSantises as time is beginning to run out on Ron DeSantis's time in office. And you kind of termed it the looming DeSantis question. So what is that looming question and kind of where do things stand right now?
Oh, goodness. Well, it's really about both the DeSantises, as some call them the DeSanti, plural DeSantis, about both of the DeSantises, the couple. This is a highly insular couple. They don't have a lot of people that they share information with, the First Lady and the Governor. They are, very much each other's advisors, each other's reinforcers in their political future. And look, polling right now shows that Casey DeSantis is probably the only person who would get close to the frontrunner, Byron Donalds, in the primary. However, when voters are told that President Trump endorsed Byron Donalds, he really jumps to way ahead frontrunner status in a way that shows that, Casey DeSantis could lose to him by as much as, 30 points or more. And so that's where the trouble is. If Casey DeSantis should launch a run for governor and then lose, what would it mean for her husband's political career? So other than the question over what she does next is the question over what he does next. A lot of people, because he ran for president, have a hard time seeing him just, ending his time in public office when he terms out at the beginning of January 2027. And so there's a lot of curiosity about, is there a role for him in the Trump administration? There are people who float him for Supreme Court, Departments of War, Homeland Security. Obviously, none of those have any vacancies right now. But, I think that it shows in my reporting that people are very curious about what they're going to do next. One of the things I hear a lot as well is that some of the grassroots volunteers in the GOP would really like the governor to weigh in. They know that he doesn't support Byron Donalds, and so they want to know, okay, well then who, and right now the governor hasn't endorsed. So look, they have time. They could wait until mid-June to, if she were to launch a campaign for governor. But most people don't think she's going to do it, but they're unwilling to rule it out. That's according to more than 20 interviews that I did over the last couple of weeks.
All right. Interesting to see. And you mentioned that that poll as well, that new polling from UNF just coming out, kind of reflecting that as well. It's going to be really interesting to see where things go. And as this is going on, obviously, it's still a legislative session right now, and a lot of things to hammer out when it comes to budget, questions about property taxes. We know questions upcoming in a future special session about redistricting, and still a lot of turbulence, as you said, in Tallahassee.
A lot of turbulence. Look, no one's getting along. No one's talking. They need to get a budget done. They have about 3 weeks left to wrap everything up. I don't know that they're going to get there on time. There's still a lot of negativity that is going back and forth. There's still a lot of distrust. Tomorrow there are floor sessions in both the House and Senate, and we'll see if the leaders make themselves available to the media to be able to answer questions about, where things are going and where things stand. The House did pass a property tax reduction bill, but the governor said that he and the state Senate are working on something different and that they don't care how long it takes. They just want to get it right. Even once you get it past that, it has to go on the ballot before voters. And so, all this, I think, does wrap back into the governor's political future, because if he goes out the door without some of these big, priorities and wins, it does make it more difficult for him to pursue whatever is next, just because when you have racked up those wins, you are able to build the case to voters for the next thing.
All right. What's next in Florida politics? Kimberly, what are you going to be watching for as we move forward here in the coming days?
One of the things that I've really been watching lately is how many businesses are relocating from blue states into Florida recently. I know that we saw a big push for that during the COVID years, but there is a concerted effort in a way that is, very targeted, especially towards states like New York and California, to get companies to relocate here. And the front runner for governor, Byron Donalds, has also said that he wants to turn Florida into an economic powerhouse. So that's something I've been reporting out in recent weeks, just looking at, the way that the state is shifting economically, what it means for affordability, what it means for politics. And so it's just a very fascinating development that is continuing to happen. And I think it'll be interesting to see, if Byron Donalds is considered a more business-friendly candidate than Governor DeSantis has been, and what some of the companies who don't want to move here are saying about the states, what their motivations are. So that's something that I'll be reporting out.
Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and Florida Playbook author. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
And as we go to break, we're going to pull up our poll question again. We want to know what you think, what you want to hear President Trump address in the State of the Union speech tonight. Is it the economy? Is it immigration, foreign policy, or maybe another topic? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. What do you want President Trump to address in the State of the Union? That is our Florida Live poll question of the day. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code you see right there. Looks like right now most of you saying the economy, but it's quite a split here because we've got the economy, immigration, foreign policy, or other. What is on your mind? What do you want to hear President Trump talk about in tonight's State of the Union at 9 o'clock? Give you a live look at the Capitol Hill right now ahead of that address tonight. And I want to take you to Capitol Hill for another reason right now, as well as we listen in on an interesting hearing. This is the Subcommittee on Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education. It's a subcommittee of the U.S. House Education and Workforce Committee. And they're holding a hearing talking about building an AI-ready America, teaching in the AI age. So they're hearing from a number of different officials when it comes to education across the country. This is the state superintendent from West Virginia who is testifying right now, but a number of folks testifying, Congress members getting the chance to ask some questions and talk about what teaching and might look like in this AI age and how to use AI in the classroom. So let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here live from Capitol Hill.
For the opportunity to be here and to share the great work we're doing and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. I'll next recognize Mr. Sohoni for your testimony.
Chairman Kiley, Ranking Member Bonamici, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on teaching in the age of AI. My name is Anish Sohoni, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of Teach for America, a national nonprofit focused on expanding access to an excellent education for all children. I'm a former teacher. I've worked in schools, school systems, and education organizations for my entire career. And for over 35 years, Teach for America has been recruiting and developing high-impact educators and have fostered a network of more than 72,000 education leaders nationwide, serving in 37 states and the District of Columbia. As has been shared already, we are in a moment of rapid change in education. AI is already present in classrooms. 3 years ago, we saw how quickly this technology was evolving and began to consider how we'll prepare teachers and students to use this technology thoughtfully and responsibly. Through that work, a few clear lessons have emerged. First, AI cannot replace teachers. AI is a tool, not the primary driver of learning. The future of learning will require a blending of technology and human expertise, with teachers leading and guiding and technology supporting. Students learn best when they feel seen, safe, and connected. We know that relationships drive learning. Second, AI must be used alongside strong teaching methods, rigorous content, high-quality curriculum, assessments, and also direct insights from students. This ensures that AI strengthens, not undermines, critical learning conditions. Third, teachers must have the opportunity to shape AI through hands-on professional development to understand where it adds value, where it might fall short, and how to use it responsibly to drive student outcomes. Finally, AI must improve both efficiency and effectiveness for teachers. It should reduce administrative burdens, strengthen instructional design, and free teachers to spend time on personalized learning and human connections. Let me share an example. I recently had an opportunity to visit a classroom in Los Angeles. The class was called Mechatronics, which meant students were tasked with working in teams to blend math, computer science, and engineering to build a product that was of interest to them. I watched as students used AI to support their projects. But what really drove the learning wasn't just AI. It was the teamwork, critical thinking, and collaboration happening amongst the students in class. The teacher guided the experience. AI certainly supported the work, but relationships and human skills drove the learning. Since 2024, more than 4,800 of our teachers have received training on how to use AI responsibly, understanding where it helps, where it doesn't, and how to keep students at the center of their decision-making. We encourage our teachers to experiment with AI, to help them build deeper understanding of the technology, to build confidence, and to hone their judgment on how to use this technology. Our teachers use AI to build durable skills like critical thinking and deep content understanding. For example, one teacher used AI to insert an incorrect step into a math problem, requiring students to identify the mistake, using it for deep reasoning and error analysis, not for shortcuts. As I close, I want to emphasize that AI's impact, whether positive or negative, on education is not a foregone conclusion. The choices we make will ultimately help determine whether this technology helps or harms educators and students. With your partnership, we can ensure that AI expands opportunity while thoughtfully managing its risks. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks very much. I'll next recognize Dr. Slikheis for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Kiley and Ranking Member Bonamici, members of the committee. My name is David Slikheis.
This committee hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, earlier today, just a little bit ago, there was another interesting hearing that we listened to a little bit of, and it was a Homeland Security hearing that was talking about information sharing, intelligence sharing, security collaboration ahead of major events. And one of the main things that was the focus was, well, they looked at America 250 events throughout the year, but they talked a lot about the FIFA World Cup. We know that is being hosted in North America. Miami hosting a number of games when it comes to that. In fact, one of the witnesses was the CEO of the FIFA World Cup Miami Host Committee. He opened up his remarks, opened up the hearing with some opening remarks, and here's what he had to say a little bit ago, talking about security and making sure everyone stays safe at FIFA World Cup games in Miami.
Thank you, Commissioner Garbino, Ranking Member Poe, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding public safety and security preparations for the FIFA World Cup. My name is Ray Martinez, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for the Miami Host Committee. As stated previously, I've served for 35 years in local law enforcement, my last 2.5 years as the Chief of Police of the Miami Beach Police Department. Upon my retirement from law enforcement, I moved into the event world and have worked on several large-scale international events, including music festivals, the college football playoffs in 2021, and just last month here in Miami. And I also served as the president and CEO of the Super Bowl host committee for the 2020 game, which was held in Miami. Working with me on the host committee are several law enforcement executives with similar, if not more impressive backgrounds. Those experiences and lessons learned inform the approach we are taking with World Cup planning. The FIFA World Cup 2026 will be the largest sporting event ever conducted globally. Miami is one of 16 host cities across 3 countries in North America hosting matches. We will host 7 matches, including a quarterfinal and the bronze medal final match. The Miami Host Committee is planning on producing a 23-day fan festival where we expect hundreds of thousands of international visitors. This presents a tremendous opportunity, but also a historic operational challenge. On behalf of the 11 U.S. World Cup committees, I want to thank this committee for providing the $625 million in security funding to the host cities. Those resources are critical to ensuring that host committees have capabilities necessary to execute safe and secure tournament across multiple weeks and venues. In Miami, our security framework is built on 3 pillars: unified command, integrated local, state, and federal partnership, and intelligence-driven operations. First, the unified command. Public safety operations in Miami are led by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office under a unified command structure that integrates municipal police, fire rescue, emergency management, and state agencies across multiple jurisdictions. Second, integrated federal partnership with state and local agencies. The White House Task Force on the World Cup has played a central role in aligning federal agency support with local agencies and host committee planning. We are grateful to the White House Task Force and Executive Director Andrew Giuliani's efforts to support and partner with the FIFA World Cup host committees. Federal partners, including the FBI, Secret Service, FEMA, CISA, DHF, provide threat assessments, intelligence integration, cybersecurity protection, contingency planning. This coordination ensures access to national capabilities and support if threat conditions evolve. Third, intelligence-driven operations. The South Florida Fusion Center, working with the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force and federal intelligence partners, lead to proactive information sharing and threat monitoring. Both the Miami Stadium and Bayfront Park will operate with layer security perimeters, credential and entry screening, dedicated emergency access lanes, and joint operations center that provide real-time situational awareness and coordinated decision-making. One of the most significant emergency threats is unauthorized drone activity. Malicious or reckless drone operation presents risk ranging from surveillance to operational disruption. In coordination with federal partners, we will be implementing temporary flight restrictions, detection capabilities, and counter-UAS planning integrated into our overall security posture. We appreciate the congressional support, and particularly this committee, as well as President Trump's administration, for dedicated counter-UAS funding to support these efforts. The Department of Homeland Security has assigned elevated special event assessment ratings to the Miami matches, including a Tier 1 designation for the bronze medal final match. These designations reflect the scale and international visibility of the event and reinforce the importance of robust federal, state, and local coordination, which is well underway. Miami's preparedness reflects the ongoing coordinated efforts of all 11 U.S. host committees as we work each day to ensure a safe and secure and successful FIFA World Cup. Together, we are committed to demonstrating that no nation is better equipped to host and deliver a World Cup than the United States of America.
So that it was a bit of an interesting hearing at times to hear them talk about the coordination, really, the sharing of information, the collaboration, obviously very important, a lot of moving parts when it comes to those big events and things like that. They looked at it from a number of different perspectives and issues, including human trafficking as well. We listened in to some of that conversation on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today, but an interesting hearing, and hearing that testimony from Raymond Martinez, who is the CEO of the FIFA World Cup Miami Host Committee, testifying on Capitol Hill. Getting ready to take another break here on Florida Live, but before we do so, we want to check in on our poll question again. What do you want to hear from President Trump in the State of the Union address tonight? We now have a majority, 55% saying economy, and seeing a pretty even split between the remaining three of immigration, foreign policy, and other. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now and let us know. We know that poll after poll shows the economy is really the top issue on voters' minds, pretty much at every level. We've seen it in statewide races and statewide polls here in Florida, but we also know nationally it's a big topic when you're talking about affordability and just so many other issues that play into that. We have seen reporting that President Trump is expected to make the economy a big focus of that address tonight. So if that's your top issue and what you want to hear, then it sounds like you might be in luck. So we'll stay tuned for that. Again, that's supposed to start tonight at 9 o'clock. And you'll be able to watch that right here on Fox and also on Fox Local. We are going to take another break, last break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and in our closing moments here, I do want to show you some new body camera video that we just got from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, showing the moments leading up to the deadly shooting of a 16-year-old shoplifting suspect. This happened last week at a Walmart in Poinciana Thursday night. The suspect, 16 years old. Here is just a snippet of that video. You're going to hear a little bit of audio. You will not see anything graphic or the shooting. The video stops before that point, but you will see the suspect running through the store, and you will also see highlighted what investigators say is the weapon that suspect was carrying. Take a listen. And then you also see there just a couple of seconds, and then they're saying the rest of that video is confidential and because of things that it shows and not subject to public records. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office does tell us that the mother of that 16-year-old was invited to the sheriff's office this morning to watch that full body camera video. We're told the deputy involved is Terrence Blackman. The sheriff's office says he is not related to the Osceola County Sheriff Christopher Blackman, but that teenager we know has been identified as a 16-year-old Jairus Jones, who was shot and killed during that confrontation with the deputy who was off duty and working security there at the Poinciana Walmart last week when that happened. The first of now two shootings of a shoplifting suspect at Walmarts here in Central Florida just in the past week. So we're following up on that, and we'll have more coming up a little bit later. Right now, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live. So for our last moments together here, let me go ahead and pull this poll question back up in case you didn't get the chance to vote. What do you want President Trump to address in the State of the Union? That economy number just keeps getting bigger. So that seems to be the big topic on your mind this afternoon as well. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you joining us on Florida Live. Our live streaming news coverage continues next over on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back here tomorrow at 2 o'clock for more Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Continuing to monitor some hearings on Capitol Hill. I want to listen in, though, to a little bit of debate from earlier today on Capitol Hill, where there was discussion about a Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance, something that we have listened to some debates about as these bills have worked their way through various committees in Tallahassee. Some more discussion on that today in, let me pull up the list here. This was the Florida Senate Fiscal Policy Committee that heard this bill earlier today. And here's a little bit of what they said about it. We should also note, we've seen reporting that Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, is expected to be in attendance at the State of the Union tonight as a guest of President Trump. So let's take you to some of that debate from earlier today in Tallahassee as the Florida Senate Fiscal Policy Committee discusses a potential Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance here in the state of Florida.
Members, this amendment, it reimagines this bill away from just honoring one single individual and to honor and celebrate, not even celebrate, but to for individuals who have died by the hands of political violence. This just honors and say that we change the day to a day of civic engagement, condemning all political violence across the board, whether Charlie Kirk or any other individual who have died towards the hands of political violence. I just spoke with the bill sponsor. We're going to speak after this meeting, so I'm going to withdraw the amendment so we can talk prior to this coming to the floor to see if there's something that we can gain some middle ground on, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Jones. Do we have any appearance forms?
I withdrew the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. We are back on the bill. We're going to take appearance forms at this time, and we're going to ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. Andrew Chevelle, Florida Voice for the Unborn Incorporated, speaking for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Andrew Sherville. I'm the founder and executive director of Florida Voice for the Unborn. Florida Voice for the Unborn supports this wonderful bill, SB 194, to honor the memory and legacy of Charlie Kirk, a devout Christian and tremendous warrior for the rights of unborn children. In a world, especially the online world, dominated by frauds and false prophets, Charlie was the real deal, who served as an authentic witness to the gospel of Jesus Christ and the gospel of life. This bill ensures that Charlie's martyrdom will be long remembered in the state of Florida for future generations. Please vote to advance SB 194 today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have John Labriola from the Christian Family Coalition of Florida.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is John Labriola with the Christian Family Coalition, and we rise in strong support of this bill. Charlie Kirk was a martyr, as was mentioned before. He died because he spoke the truth. He encouraged others to declare their faith in Jesus Christ, and he died at the hands of an LGBT extremist.
Nope.
And
Madam Chair, I'm going to call a point. We're not going to do this today. John does this every time. We should not allow this to happen when individuals come to the microphone to disparage anyone.
Thank you, Senator. Will you proceed and govern yourself accordingly, sir? Thank you.
yeah, so he was assassinated because of the lies of the left that continue. Unfortunately, I've seen a number of these committee hearings where the left has come forward and attacked him again. Instead of apologizing, he died because of the hatred that the left spread about his message. And I think it's very important that we support this bill to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk and just ignore the voices that spread hatred, that spread lies, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vance Ahearns speaking against the bill, and I'm going to ask as we come to the mic that we govern ourselves in a way that's respectable and give dignity to everybody. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the board. I had initially also wanted to speak in favor of the amendment because I thought that that actually brought this to what the bill was intended to actually bring it to the idea of open discourse, open conversation, and a day of civil action, a day that actually would have remembered on both sides that way. So I do hope that there is the ability to negotiate with that As the bill stands, I have to go against it, though. Calling out a single person who was as divisive as Charlie Kirk was is not necessarily in the spirit of America and debate. I think it would be far more appropriate in this instance, though, to call out other martyrs who stood for equal rights and for the American dream, who might actually have been Florida citizens. People like John T. Moore, or Harry T. Moore, who have died trying to expand voting rights, other things that are related, who actually were citizens of the state of Florida. Perhaps a day honoring them instead of somebody who was not from here would be more appropriate. So as the bill stands, I have to say vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenda Abbott speaking against. Wave against. Thank you. Kiara Nixon, Equal Ground, speaking against.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members. I'll make sure I'm brief. I want to begin by acknowledging that any death is a tragedy. And so anyone who is experiencing grief from Charlie Kirk's death, we want to give you our compassion. However, compassion for a person and the appropriateness of the state to honor are two separate matters. The sponsor of this bill has argued that Charlie Kirk encouraged students to engage in civics and healthy debate. I respectfully disagree. Healthy debate requires that all participants enter the conversation with their dignity intact. Charlie Kirk's rhetoric did not meet that standard. He made statements that were demeaning to women that look like me and women that look like some of the body that's up here today. And I want this body to understand that there is no agreeing to disagree when someone's words attack your very existence. I'm going to strongly encourage that we observe the Day of Remembrance on October 14th, but not for Charlie Kirk. We can either take the amendment that Senator Jones had by having it as a Civics Day, or we can honor the birthday of George Floyd, a man whose death led to the meaningful criminal justice reform across this country. That was his birthday as well. If Florida's going to designate this day, let it honor a legacy that caused the major change that brought us together, and not one that caused disruption that drove communities apart. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashay Bradley speaking against. And if I can have on deck Jacqueline Steele, you'll be next.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ash.
Hearing some of that debate from Tallahassee earlier today about the Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day, we should note that that bill, SB 194, was passed out of committee favorably, a 12-6 vote. Let's see, it has, I believe that is its final stop, its final committee stop in the Senate. So we will see, it appears that that bill is now headed to the Senate floor to be voted on. We should also note that a House version of that bill that is identical has been added to the special order calendar for the 25th. That is tomorrow. So the House expected to vote on that bill tomorrow. We will see what the Senate does with it. I wouldn't expect it to be on the special order calendar for tomorrow in the Senate, but I guess it could be. Although I think the special order group already met today, so we'll keep an eye out on that in the Senate. But again, the House expected to take up a very similar or identical measure tomorrow. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We learned some new information today, or last night, in the Anna Kepner case, where court documents in a family matter in Brevard County Family Court over this custody dispute that we've been tracking, that's kind of running tangential to the homicide case of the Titusville teenager who was found dead on a cruise ship. An emergency petition filed in court last week that we've obtained discusses the filing of federal charges against Anna Kepner's stepbrother. He, in previous documents, court documents, had been identified as the prime suspect in her death. We know that just earlier this month, he appeared inside a courtroom in Miami. And so the question is now, what happens next? And what have we learned from these new documents? I had the chance earlier to speak with Lauren Cadillac. She's an attorney from Texas. She has been following this case closely. We've talked with her before. We got her take on what this means for this case, and if those documents are, if those court documents that have been filed are accurate and charges have been filed, then is this something that he would likely be charged as an adult in? And this is a 16-year-old that we're talking about, which is why we're not naming him. We also don't have confirmation from the FBI or other charging documents themselves that he has been charged. So still a lot of questions about this, but Lauren Cadillac broke down for us what happens next in this case, one that's continuing to get a lot of attention.
This is actually the second time we've seen this argument, and this argument presents a lot more details than the last few. Essentially, the father of the child that is between 7 and 9 years old that remains in the Kepner home wants his child to come live with me. So they call her BH, essentially baby Hudson, right? So the youngest between these two wants the father wants his youngest to come live with him. And so he's calling this an emergency motion and saying that all these new things have come up that, change the circumstances that mean it's urgent that the child come live with him.
And what do you make of what we learn in this document?
This is deeply troubling. This is deeply troubling. First, the father already went to court on this, and the judge already said this is not an emergency. We watched that, So this is kind of a second bite at the apple. And what it adds is really some information that I don't think any of us knew before. Every time it references to these allegations of the teenage son, there is a black redaction box before the words "and murdered." And so if you've been on this planet for, I don't know, more than 15 years, I think you can imagine what the black box says before "and murdered." And where my imagination goes is incredibly and deeply disturbing.
Yeah, and we certainly don't want to necessarily speculate on what that might say, but I am curious about why that might be blacked out, why that might be redacted from this document that we have right now.
Okay, so we're not speculating, we're using logical deduction, right? You can deduce an answer logically, and then that's not in fact speculation, right? So this whole case involves two minors, a 16-year-old who's the alleged perpetrator and a 17-year-old, she just turned 17, who is the victim. So the reason to redact this is because somehow this allegation is more serious or salacious than murder. And there's really only one other crime out there that we consider as a society to be that way. So it's wild to me that they didn't also redact and murdered, although everyone knew that there was a murder investigation and pending charges. What really upset me, besides this learning of, oh, it wasn't just a murder like we thought, is that in this document, the father essentially supports an argument that his son is guilty.
That's Lauren Cadillac joining us earlier on Fox 35 News Plus, talking about what we learned from those documents. You can find that full conversation right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. If you were with us at the end of our 2 o'clock show, we showed you some of the new body camera video released showing the moments leading up to the shooting of a 16-year-old shoplifting suspect inside a Poinciana Walmart. Here's that video. You'll see it play out here in a couple of seconds. The sheriff's office has highlighted what they say is the weapon being carried by that suspect. And that is all of the video. The rest redacted because of public records laws. So joining us to shed some light on this case, we've got one of our law enforcement experts. It's former Police Chief Orlando Rolone, who is joining us live now via Zoom to talk about this. And Chief Rolone, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, Jarrett.
So I first want to get your reaction to what we see there. Obviously, just a very quick snippet that was allowed to be released. What do you make of what we see on that, and how it kind of backs up what we've learned about this case so far?
Well, we all have to keep in mind that there's a lot more video. There's a lot more work that needs to be done before the agencies involved are able to conclusively come up with their response as to how the incident was deemed to be appropriate or not. So the fact that some video has been released is positive. You know, they're trying to follow best practice practices when it comes to timely video releases. But for the public, it's also very important to recognize that it's early on. It'll be a while before FDLE has an opportunity to review the case, before the state attorney has an opportunity to review the case, and then the internal investigation that will be associated with this. So a lot of work to be completed.
What are the main things that they are looking at in an investigation like this to, some of those factors to determine whether or not it was justified?
So, you have to take into consideration what the officer, deputy involved in a situation like this was able to articulate. What was the reasoning behind their actions? How did they not only see the immediate threat, the individual armed with a weapon, but also the surroundings where others could have been affected by this? All of this has to be weighed in, or has to be considered as they weigh in on whether they feel that the officer, deputy followed policy, whether their actions rose to the level of the potential threat or harm to others.
Yeah, this was an interesting case. It kind of stood out because of it happening inside the store there. What goes through, and what is the training for officers or deputies when it comes to making that decision to pull the trigger or not in a case like this, where there would have been other shoppers, maybe not even right there, we don't necessarily know, but in the general vicinity inside that store?
So, this is an example of how critical it is for someone to be able to make split-second decisions. Not only does the officer have to be mindful of that situation that they're confronting at that moment, but if they're going to take, in this case, they're going to use their firearm to stop that threat, they also have to be sure about what's behind or on the other side of that individual. And all of that is racing through your mind while you're considering whether to or not to engage with this level of force. So there's significant training that goes into this. There's, live shooting, there is simulation training, you name it. Everything has been applied in an effort to try to prepare law enforcement personnel for situations like this. But ultimately, it is the decision of the officer to act or not act, and then to also be able to justify their action. The level of force that is used against someone who is potentially creating a threat of great bodily harm is the ultimate situation that an officer can face. But with that also comes the responsibility of ensuring that the actions taken are proper.
We know from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, they say detectives contacted the mother of that 16-year-old who came to the Sheriff's Office this morning and was able to view the body-worn camera video of the shooting. Is that a typical step that is taken? We know publicly released was just that small snippet, but is something that's pretty standard or would be standard in a case like this?
I wouldn't say it's a standard. It's something that I personally practice as chief of police. I think it is very prudent not only to keep the public informed, but that you should also do your best to embrace the fact that, there's a family out there that, regardless of whether the situation justified it or not, is grieving. They're wanting answers. So I believe that it's best to be proactive in that sense, to reassure those affected that, actions or proper actions will be taken to ensure that the situation is very, very scrutinized or investigated fully, to ensure that whatever the findings are, that everything has been done in the best interest of the integrity that everyone expects for a law enforcement agency to maintain, but also to bring closure to someone who has lost a loved one during the process.
Just about a minute left here, but I do want to get your take. We know body-worn camera videos, these are the body cameras are much more widespread, their use now, than they were, just a few years ago even. And so in a case like this, how important, how big of a role does it play to have that additional video, that additional tool in investigating things like this?
It plays a significant role, not only the body-worn camera video, but the video inside a premises or outside of a premises. All of that is considered during this process. But you also have to note the following. The way that someone sees a situation could be different than what the camera captures, meaning what they're processing during that situation, it's different. It is something that, again, it comes down to how the officer can articulate their actions versus what the camera may have been capturing. Those two things have to be weighed in on, so to fully determine, why the officer felt that it was necessary at that moment to elevate their response to the resistance that they were facing and the danger that potentially others were being put at, were facing if the threat was not stopped at that moment.
Former Orlando Police Chief Orlando Rolone, we always appreciate your expertise and your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on the Fox 35 News Plus to talk about this case today.
Thank you for having me.
And we are just about out of time here, wrapping up our 4.5 hours of live streaming news coverage on this Tuesday afternoon. Let me pull up this poll one last time here. What do you want to hear from President Trump tonight when he recites his State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress? Is it the economy, immigration, foreign policy, or other? Looks like more than half of you are saying the economy. We appreciate everyone who voted in this poll. We'll leave it up for a few more minutes here. But we appreciate you joining us and weighing in on that today. We'll be back here tomorrow with more Fox 35 News Plus, but the news never stops right here on Fox Local, so just keep it here. We've got Fox 35 Weather Plus.